Let's try again. Hello and welcome to another episode of With Enough Prep Time. I'm your host, the Nerd Man, and today I'll be talking with Jard from Comics League, someone I've been meaning to talk to for a while. Really like his opinions and stuff. And we're going to be talking about a lot of things. Now, originally, this was going to be me discussing why the Moon Knight villain, Arthur Harrow, and Riddler are both better villains than Thanos. And we probably will get into that later. But there's been so much DC news that we just kind of have to, as two fans of the DC kind of franchise of superhero movies, I think we just have to touch on it. Later, we will also be discussing between ourselves and possibly film elitists, and hopefully one other, what is actually the best DC movie since Man of Steel. We're going to have an all-out, we've got brackets up here, so it'll be an all-out war of attrition to see which is the best DC movie. Yeah, so I mean, and we'll be discussing not the state of the Snyderverse so much as the state of DC and the Snyderverse, and because I know that you are a Snyder cultist, aren't you?
Cultist may not be the right word, bro.
No, you were part of the Restore the Snyderverse,
yes,
movement, as well as the how would you put it? Were you one of the people who was actually released the Snyder Cut people as well?
Yes.
Okay. Cool. I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
After what? Like this way, I didn't have a choice after Justice League.
Okay. Well, yeah. Hey, dude. How's it going? So yeah, I mean, where do we? I think we should probably start with Ezra Miller, right? I mean, that's the big one. Ezra Miller, more money, more problems.
Exactly.
So, have you got the article up that you can share with me, please?
Sure, I'll share a screen. And it is. Let me see which screen. hang on, I gotta allow. I gotta allow this thing to share screen because this is a newer computer I got. Okay. So, and. Okay, so it's not. In order to do that, I'm gonna have to like restart Google Chrome.
Okay, no problem.
All right, so I will be right back.
No problem.
All right, so do this. All right, so
that. Yeah, so a little bit of technical issues, but Jard's gonna be right back. Gonna send a link to somebody. I don't know if you're available at the moment, Superboy. Let me know. Yeah, so we're gonna be looking at this kind of Ezra Miller situation.
All right, I'm back. Right, now it should work.
No props. So we're looking up the Ezra Miller situation.
All right, can you see this?
Yeah.
All right. So let's begin to talk about this this individual right here. All right. So Ezra Miller arrest prompts emergency Warner Brothers meeting about the star's future. So Will Smith isn't the only Hollywood star facing backlash in the wake of a public outburst. On March 30th, Warner Brothers and DC executives held an emergency impromptu meeting to discuss Ezra Miller's future with the studio following the Flash star's recent arrest for disorderly conduct and harassment. According to a knowledgeable source, the consensus in the room was to hit pause on any future projects involving Miller, including possible appearance in the DCEU. Wow. The studio has more than a year before it has to take any hard decisions about a potential sequel to The Flash. Warner Brothers also has avoided making any key decisions on 10 polls ahead of Discovery taking over Warner Media in a $43 billion mega merger. Warner Media chief Ann Sarnoff announced on Tuesday that she is exiting the company, thank God, as AT&T spins off its entertainment division to Discovery. Last month, Warner Brothers moved the Andres Muschietti helmed first installment, The Flash, a production fraught with drama, from November 4th, 2022 to June 23rd, 2023.
Do you want me to read some?
Sure.
I don't know if you want me to read some.
Sure.
One insider says Miller had frequent meltdowns during the production last year on The Flash, while the insider stresses there was no yelling or violent outbursts. They described Miller as losing it. Ezra would get a thought in there. Ezra would get a thought in there. I get it. Head. Sorry. And say, I don't know what I'm doing. The insider tells Rolling Stone. According to the March 28th police report, Miller became agitated after patrons at a Hawaii bar began singing karaoke. Miller shouted obscenities and grabbed the microphone from 23-year-old woman as she was singing, and allegedly lunged at a 32-year-old man playing darts. Now, you see, the thing is, people are taking this, and and I've really got a problem with this. They're taking this, and I know I'm actually a fan of Ezra Miller's work as the Flash.
Me too.
I know there are a lot of people who aren't, but I can honestly say that even if I was somebody who like really kind of disliked his take on the Flash, I would not be praying or trying to use this when I hear something like this, and use this to be like, oh, let's get rid of him and bring in Grant Gustin, which is the dumbest idea anyway. Because Grant Gustin is like a TV actor. He's not really like a movie actor. But in any case, I wouldn't be using that as a kind of like, oh yeah, let's get him up. Because quite honestly, if this is true and there's like Miller literally became agitated at a Hawaii bar and began singing, because the patrons began singing karaoke, that means, there's something wrong with him.
Yeah.
It's not just a matter of that. No one does that. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even if you're just an asshole movie star who just thinks, that they're, like how would you say, like, like the kind of asshole kind of star who's like whatever, who just thinks a lot of himself and stuff like that. That's not really something they do. They just treat, like the service like assholes or something like that. They don't just go up in the middle of someone's karaoke and start fucking shouting at them and doing all that stuff, unless there's something. Then he might be having some kind of problems or breakdown, or something's going on in his personal life, or a drinking issue that he really needs help for. Is what it sounds to me.
Me too.
But then again, I believe in due process. I believe in hearing the whole story, before I make any judgments, because all of this could be, something that, once given context, is maybe somewhat understandable. But yeah, I mean, what do you make of it?
It sounds like, again, he needs help, because remember, he tackled and like, well, he didn't tackle, he like choked out that one girl last year. So this isn't the first time that he's been involved in an altercation with someone, and this is not the first time he's been intoxicated while doing so. So I think at this point, what Warner Brothers should be doing is encouraging him to seek help. That's the first thing they should be encouraging him to do. And if he won't do it, they have to say either seek help or we can't use you anymore, because you're gonna because let me put it this way, he can't do press for this movie anymore, because guess what they're gonna ask him about this and not about the movie.
Right, right. And that's exactly what I was saying. He needs, because one, they need to do it for business reasons, right?
Exactly.
Because the only way he can do a press tour is if he gets this nipped in the bud, and it can be a redemption story by the time this film comes out, where
Yeah.
it's like, oh, I had problems, I was going off the rails, da 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 da. When I sought help, I realized, like, this was the moment. Like, if I didn't, get help right now, my career, everything I'd worked hard for, would be over. And since I've been trying to help other people who have similar situations, the whole fucking
Yeah.
spin. Yeah, they need to get him prepared to be able to do that stuff if they want him to be able to go on this press tour. So that's the first reason, just for fucking
Yeah.
basic economic bit, for the business or monetary reasons. The second reason is for personal reasons. It does sound like, if anybody in that Hollywood circle of sharks cares anything about their talent, or cares anything about, it really sounds like, I don't like, clearly he is the common denominator in all of these situations, and alcohol seems to be involved in all of these situations. So even if there is an explanation on his part, like something that can explain this, where if you understand the whole story or you understand the background, it gives some mitigating reasons for what this is. Nonetheless, you're seeing a pattern of behavior that needs addressing. So
Exactly.
either way you look at it, he needs help. And yeah, I just feel really weird that people are like taking this opportunity to try and go, oh, let's get rid of him, because he runs funny, or whatever the fuck their
Yeah,
excuses are.
that's a big problem. And my another way to look about this, and this is why they need to have this conversation with him, because it's a different situation when you're an actor who plays a superhero, because you're an example to kids too. And what this is showing to kids, that it's okay to behave like this. So,
Right.
because you're a superhero, you're a role model for kids.
Right. I mean, I've always thought that part of the reason that people don't like him as the Flash, and I'm not saying everyone, I'm just saying some people, is because of how he dresses, and how,
Mm-hmm.
the binary, non-binary stuff, and all
Mm-hmm.
of that
I'm
kind of thing.
sure there is a group of people that don't
and
like him
and
because of that.
and they probably perceive him as some kind of SJW, and he's woke and blah 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 blah, right?
Mm-hmm.
So because of that, I think there's a contingency of people who attack him pretty much for that alone. And that's why I've always kind of like, not only do I enjoy his performance genuinely, and I we were talking about it off camera, or off stream, that I do like the mix kind of idea of Wally West. Take the humor of Wally West with the origin story, and the heart of Barry Allen, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I like that spin on it. If you want to see just straight faced Barry Allen who's serious all the time, watch the fucking TV show, right?
Exactly.
Because they've pretty much got that down. So this Barry Allen is, and I can talk about this a bit later because I want to go more into this case. But yeah, like I've always had his back, because I like the performance, but I also just think, yeah, this guy has been attacked,
Mm-hmm.
because of his life choices, which is nothing to do with us.
Nothing. Yeah.
It's nothing. I care about what's on the screen.
Yeah.
What's on the screen and whatever, and what he does in his private life, his bedroom, or how he feels about his pronouns or whatever. That's his own fucking business. I have, I don't have issues, but like I have things where it's taken me a little bit of time to kind of process some of the new things that trans communities and non-binary communities want us to do with language and all sort of, and that sort of thing. But in general, I'm very supportive of that community. So yeah, I mean that's why it kind of just, my spider senses tingle when people are like overly criticizing Ezra Miller and his performance, and I get that sense that maybe there's a little something else behind it. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. There's definitely a group of people that will just say he shouldn't be playing the Flash because of his personal life choices, and I strongly disagree with that. And then there are the people that say he runs funny. And actually, I was watching a stream, and the host went, "Okay, so have you ever watched someone run as fast as the Flash? No? Then how do you know how the Flash is supposed to run?"
Right, exactly, and it's kind of, and I don't even think he runs that funny.
He doesn't run that funny.
In the actual Zack Snyder's Justice League, it's mind-boggling to me. Like, there are certain people who take so much lengths to kind of criticize the DC movies and the DCEU. It's just like anything they can find, they just exaggerate to the point of, like, maybe it's a little bit of a problem. Hey, next time, maybe just run a little bit different, in the next movie or whatever. Like, try something a little bit different, just give it a go, whatever. But they can't, like, it's this massive problem. And if you watch Zack Snyder's Justice League as opposed to Justice League, you notice that run was created for the way Zack was shooting things.
Yeah.
Right? It wasn't created for the way that Josh was shooting things. That's why it looks so silly in the Josh Whedon cut.
Well, yeah.
Whereas in the Zack Snyder's cut, it actually makes a lot more sense because you can see he's shooting it, like he comes in close, then goes up, from a distance, and then, and with all the VFX going into, the way he's running. So it's hardly noticeable. I swear no one would have said anything if that Josh Whedon hadn't come out first.
Yeah. Oh, and by the way,
because of that, they notice it.
Yeah. The reason why he runs like that, the actual reason that the Zack Flash ran that is because I believe the story goes is that Zack actually had a sprinter train him. So he's actually doing the sprinting technique. He's not like doing this like from the show, which looks stupid, actually.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's fine. To be honest, I'll let people have whatever opinion they want on that.
That's fine.
But, maybe I'm just not that sensitive towards those kind of things. I also didn't, with the Enchantress as well, everyone was going, "Oh, look at her dancing," and I'm like, I don't. So what?
So yeah, exactly.
Like,
I'm not seeing the problem here.
Yeah, I didn't really get that one either. I was just like, you're making such a big deal out of this. Like,
my favorite are the people that critique the DCEU on certain points, but will praise those points if it's a Marvel movie.
I don't know. Give me an example. I don't know what you mean, but well, I know what you mean, but I don't. I would like to, an example.
I'm trying to think. It's like. I'm trying to think exactly off the top of my head, but it's basically okay. I can't really think of an example off the top of my head, but basically like how they have a double standards, or even like I got it. There were people complaining that Ben Affleck's Batman killed people, but they praised Michael Keaton's Batman as like the best depiction of Batman of all time. I'm like, he killed people. He threw someone off a roof. And
we'll get into that later. We'll get into that later because I don't want to derail it into.
Okay.
But yeah, I see what you're saying with that. But it's something I've gone back and forth with people on this, and Zack Snyder's way of showing Batman killing for me is. Let's talk about that when we get into the state of the DC and Snyderverse. It's a good point. So where were we in this anyway?
I think we were on. Okay, I'll start. The 29-year-old movie star was arrested and charged on both counts and was released on a $500 bail. The incident took place at Margarita Village in Hilo, Hawaii. The day before Fantastic Beasts: The Secrets of Dumbledore castmates were celebrating the film's world premiere in London. Even more troubling, a local couple filed a temporary restraining order against Miller on March 29th. The couple claimed that after Miller's arrest, he burst into their apartment and threatened them, with Miller saying, I will bury you and your slut wife," according to the report. The petition also alleges that Miller stole the woman's passport and the man's wallet, which included a social security card, driver's license, and bank cards. A judge granted a temporary restraining order the following day. The judge is expected to make a decision on whether or not to extend the restraining order by the end of the month.
Okay, so wait a second. Can I just maybe just opine on something? He stole a woman's passport, a man's wallet, which included the social security card. Did they press charges?
I think they did, because he got arrested. He got restrained. I think what they did is they filed a restraining order.
Because if this is true, he would have to be going to court.
Yeah.
There's no way he wouldn't be going to court for this if they press charges, because that's not. I mean, it's not like necessarily like you'd be imprisoned for such an offense, but you definitely get a court date for that kind of offense.
Exactly.
So I get the sense that might not be true. That he did that, because if you think about it, it's just like, you once you've stolen someone, like you can. It was one thing running into someone's place and that you knew before, and opening the door and calling someone a slut and blah blah blah. But once you actually take someone's property, it goes beyond just like, he said, she said. That if they've got evidence that he took that property, then you're talking about a court date, right?
I believe so.
And the only way he wouldn't get that is if they didn't press charges.
I think they didn't press charges. They just asked for a restraining order.
Wouldn't you have to press charges to get a restraining order?
Maybe. I'm not exactly sure. I've never had to. Thank God.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I guess that's just speculation at that point. Yeah.
The Hawaii incidents are the latest in a series of troubling events involving Miller. In April 2020, footage of the actor apparently choking a woman at an Iceland bar circulated on social media. The Justice League star was kicked out of Prekiro Kafihu's bar, but no arrests were made. Miller has never commented on the incident. Sources say the Iceland footage gave Warner Brothers pause at the time, but Miller was not kicked off Secrets of Dumbledore like castmates Johnny Depp, who lost his libel case against a British tabloid, which had referred to the actor as a wife beater. In January, he posted... Awful. Yeah, exactly. In January, Miller posted a since deleted video on Instagram threatening a North Carolina chapter of the KKK. The actor told members of the chapter to kill themselves with their own guns. Otherwise, we'll do it for you if that's what you want.
What did you make of that?
I was like, I commend you for taking a stand against the KKK. I'm fine with that. It's just, it was random as hell. I'm like, where is this coming from?
Right. And he looked a bit disheveled. I mean, what did you? Were you concerned at the time, like, just what's going on? Or
yeah, exactly.
Like, he's going against the KKK. Who cares? Or what?
Yeah, I was like, did they threaten you in any way? Because if they did, then that makes a little more sense. I needed the context of that incident, but it's because all we got was him saying that, and I'm like, oh, okay, I'm glad you're against the KKK. That's great, but where is this coming from?
Yeah.
Okay,
It's
so
interesting. Anyway, come.
Miller shot Fantastic Beasts and The Flash back to back for the studio in London in fall 2020 and spring 2021, respectively. Given the positive buzz of early footage of The Flash, the film was expected to catapult Miller into a rarefied group of actors who can carry a major box office hit. But the Hawaii incidents are expected to cause PR headaches for the star and Warner Brothers. In the TRO petition, the couple noted that Miller is famous and wealthy, but this makes access to the weapons much easier, as well as sending associates to harass the petitioner. Jeez. Miller is known to have a fascination with weapons. During a 2018 cover interview with The Hollywood Reporter, Miller often showed this reporter the crossbow from the film We Need to Talk About Kevin, in which the teen actor portrayed a high school killer. You want to see the bow and arrow from Kevin, man? Because I got it right here. I really do. Miller said at the actor's Vermont farm. People usually don't want to see it when I ask them. They usually say, "No, I prefer to not see that bow and arrow." And I'm like, "Okay, it's up to you." Okay. During the interview, Miller also defended gun rights. People need to protect themselves, the actor said. In fact, Miller, who identifies as non-binary and uses they/them pronouns, said they don't have a problem with people owning semi-automatic weapons. Nope. The passage initially appeared in a sidebar story on the actor, but
Which is weird. I mean, this is all very strange. I mean, I guess Miller isn't like that big a star that this kind of stuff would have come out at the time and been like a big deal.
Mm-hmm.
But like Hollywood is usually like, especially in I don't want to say in like any particular community, but like a kind of left wing kind of
exactly
circle.
Even I'm like really.
Yeah, like they're not really so into like the whole gun rights thing. So
like that's
that
news to me.
seems very odd to me. I don't know how him wanting to show somebody his bow and arrow from We Need to Not Talk About Kevin suggests that he's got a fascination with weapons. I see how the other one
does
that, yeah.
But I agree with the crossbow thing. I'm like, so he has a memento from a movie. I have right. Aquaman's trident. It doesn't mean I have a fascination with weapons.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, no, it's all very strange. I just want this guy to come out and do an interview about all of this. I don't know where this is coming from or like what to believe. It seems very, very kind of contrary. People need to protect themselves.
Yeah, which I agree with.
I mean, it goes with what he said with the KKK thing, I guess.
Yeah, and I'm like, okay, dude, but it's really weird. And a lot of Ezra Miller stuff does not make sense. Let's face it.
Right, he seems like an eccentric chap, but no, I'm not. I mean, you might be for gun
Mm-hmm.
rights and stuff like that. I pretty much think it's something that is one of the main kind of symptoms why you see all these mass shootings, where you see
Mm-hmm.
all these gang shootings, all of this kind of stuff. I know people say, oh, well, they get the weapons illegally and all of that kind of stuff, but I think just the circulation of weapons is just in America is just like, you don't see this in Europe. You don't see mass shootings
Mm-hmm.
and high gun crime, even in it's become so commercial there as well, where I remember when I went to America some years ago, that I'd walk into like a supermarket or what do you call it, Kmart, and there's guns there, and
Mm-hmm.
it's like the accessibility, because even in like the Czech Republic where I am, it's legal to own a gun, with a license, but I've never come across a gun store since I've been here, right? So it's both that kind of commerciality, availability, and then the fact that it's legal that I do have a problem with. But everyone's entitled to their opinion.
Yeah, totally
If that's
fine.
if that's his opinion, I don't agree with it. But yeah, it
But
just
it
all
is
seems very
odd.
weird.
It is very. First off, it's very odd for someone from Hollywood to be pro-gun. I'm just gonna say that in advance, right there.
Yeah, right.
But I'm like, okay, but once again, like you said, Ezra Miller is very eccentric.
Yeah.
So he first burst onto the scene as a teenager, and Antonio Campo's 2008 genre After School was centered on an internet-addicted prep school student who captures the drug overdose of two girls on video. The actor quickly...
wait 1 second.
Okay, go ahead.
I want to add this, that Ezra, like, part of the reason I'm not defending Ezra Miller, I'm just want him to get help. I really wouldn't even mind if he got recast as Flash, as long as they went with someone good. I don't mind. It's not like I'm, I would die on the Ezra Miller hill. I don't think he's the perfect casting for Flash or anything like that. I just like his take. I think it's interesting. I like when you get castings that are a bit out of the box, and they try something that's unexpected. I don't like when I just see something and I know exactly how they're going to do it or know exactly what they're going to do. So that's what I kind of liked about Ezra Miller. But it's fine. You can recast him. I'm not bothered by it.
Yeah,
but
as long as he gets help, that's fine.
The thing that why I kind of defend him and want him to get the help and give him the opportunity to have that redemption is because I don't believe he'd done anything before until very recently. This seems to me like he's having some kind of breakdown. Like I unless I'm unaware of something, was he, known for doing anything weird before?
And what's interesting is that so the article mentioned the incident from 2020, but there was actually information that came out today that he apparently had a lot of like mental health issues on the set of The Flash.
Right, which was what it was talking about earlier, right?
Yeah, and I'm like, well, first off, this is not the first time that a Warner Brothers production has come under heat for like unsafe working conditions. So methinks there's a problem with leadership. But
well, to be fair, it was your boy Zach who hired all these people who are like fucking.
No, but here's the thing. He didn't have an issue under a Zack movie. No one apparently has these issues under a Zack Snyder movie. Everyone loves them.
Sure, I guess, but I doubt Ezra Miller doesn't like the Andy Muschietti or anything like that.
Oh yeah.
I don't think that's the problem. I think there's something going on.
Oh,
I mean, do you think it's connected with how Warner Brothers has been dealing with like the franchises he's in?
Well, yes, because here's the thing: Warner Brothers didn't do anything. This article says that in the 2020 incident, and unfortunately, it's encouraged Ezra, because what they could have done if they had actually reacted and actually had him put out a press release saying, well, "Listen, I'm sorry, I don't know what was going on." I doubt this incident would have happened again. It's just by not doing anything, they basically endorsed his behavior.
Sure, and I agree. They should have dealt with it at the time. I was quite surprised that they just, put it under the kind of carpet. But I assumed, like, when I looked at that video, I was just like, one, you never put your hands on a woman. You never do anything like that. But it seemed like when he did it pretty gently to her. It wasn't like I'm gonna grab you and then like fucking, it was a pretty kind of gentle thing. It seemed like they had some kind of playful, relationship before, with the way she was like going, ooh, the way she was interacting with him before he did it, it seemed like whatever was happening before, there was some kind of playful relationship there.
Yeah.
So I was like, maybe there's more to it, but he just can't be bothered to even like, address it. Like him and the woman talked about it, and it was squashed, right?
Yeah.
So that was my assumption. It still kind of is my assumption, to be fair. I just look at that video and I don't see masses of like aggression there on his part. But you still don't put your hands on a woman.
You still, under no circumstances do you do that. Yeah,
you don't do that, right?
Exactly.
That being said, this kind of adds to that narrative that now you have to kind of go back and question, well, maybe did we take it too easy? So I can understand if Warner Brothers kind of like he kind of went in, he talked to them and said, look, it was squashed. It was just some like, I got a little bit drunk and, we were being playful and blah, blah, blah. But it was like they just took like the video had no context.
Yeah, exactly. This has
so it
context.
was hard to, yeah. Well, this has context, except it doesn't, because we don't know his side. Again, it would be good to get a kind of understanding of everything that happened here. You don't just go up to people while they're singing karaoke and just like grab the mic from them unless you're mentally disturbed.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? And
yeah, exactly.
If you have to be mentally disturbed or going through some kind of breakdown or having some kind of emotional situation for you to do that, right? So that it's kind of odd. Like either there's context where there's mitigating circumstances, or he's actually genuinely losing it and he needs help.
Exactly. So if he needs help, 100% get help.
Yeah. So that's where I'm at with it. I just need to know like what on his side, what's going on. Is it a mental health problem, like serious mental health problem, like it seems to be. But anyway, let's finish this.
All right. He burst into the actor quickly landed at the top of wish lists among major studios and was paid low seven figures each for both Fantastic Beasts and The Flash standalone. But Miller's behavior has become increasingly erratic in recent years, putting their career in expensive tentpoles that require lengthy publicity tours in jeopardy. Exactly. A source says Miller never expected to attend the Fantastic Beasts premiere because their publicity plans for the film were limited, given that they were saving contractual promotion commitments for The Flash. Fantastic Beasts hits theaters in the U.S. on April 15th. The Rolling Stone has reached out to them. The Rolling Stone.
I don't believe that. He was supposed to do a press tour for Fantastic Beasts. I'm sure of it before this happened, especially now that The Flash was delayed anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
So there's no way he was supposed to do it, and then they're like, no, we can't have him on. But yeah, I mean, it's a very, very odd situation. And it's weird because it's a guy like I was sticking the limit of what I can do in terms of sticking my neck out for. I was sticking my neck out for him. I was like, everyone who was like criticizing him, I was like, I think he's going to shock you in this Flash movie that's coming out. I think he was pretty good in Zack Snyder's Justice League, and I think a lot of people were, who were skeptical of him at first from Justice League actually saw, hey, this guy's quite good.
His big scene won an Oscar.
His big scene won an Oscar, baby. Oscars, baby. Yeah.
That's not the only time I've ever cared about the Oscars.
So, we had some comments here.
Okay.
So I really just think people just want a new Flash. It has nothing to do with him being gay. He's just not the Flash people been knowing for 8 years.
That's true.
What does that mean?
I think what he's saying is that is that it has nothing to do with him being gay. It's just people want a new Flash because remember, previous to even Justice League, we did, I believe, have the Flash TV show. So people were going into that movie with like a mental image of what they think the Flash should act like, and then in the movie, he's kind of he's no Grant Gustin, essentially, is what he's saying.
But the thing is, I don't mean to be weird about Grant Gustin, but this love for Grant Gustin is strange because he himself he's good at times, but like sometimes he's a little bit CW-ish.
Me too. I'm like, oh gosh.
But the thing I actually really like his scene where he's talking to his mother who died, right? Like, and his mother's in his arms or whatever. I like Grant Gustin did a really good job with that. But the thing I just like is weird for me about Grant Gustin is he's nothing like the Flash from the comics either.
No, he's not.
Like he doesn't look like him. You know, he kind of doesn't really act too much like Barry Allen either. Like, there's a really weird thing because if you read the comics of Flash, like I do, you'll realize like he's had a very unbalanced, if you want to put it like that, publication history. And I think most people either know him from Grant Gustin, like most people are judging Ezra Miller, either know him from the Grant Gustin kind of TV show or know Wally West from the animated Justice League show. Yeah, right?
That's what I grew up on.
Right, and that's a fantastic performance. I can't remember who did it. It's the guy who played Lex Luthor anyway.
Michael Rosenbaum.
In Smallville. Michael Rosenbaum did a fantastic job. So they're judging it from that. But, actually, if you look at Wally West in the comics for a long time, he wasn't a funny guy.
No, he wasn't.
He was just kind of like the same characteristics really as Barry Allen, except he wasn't a scientist. That was the distinguishing factor between Wally West and him. It really. So when people say to me, "Oh, he's acting more like Wally West," well, you're just talking about the Justice League animated show. Right?
Exactly.
That's where you're getting that from, because so to me, Flash is just like, he's becoming crystallized now. He's not really been as the characteristics of him haven't really been crystallized in the comics until very, very recently. And yeah, it's true, Barry Allen is not necessarily the funny guy, right? Like,
no, he's not.
And Wally West, Bart Allen, much more are now. But like, as I said, when Wally West was being written for a long time, he wasn't like the funny guy either. It was, I might be wrong about this, but I think that was influenced by the animated series.
Yes, it was.
I'm not sure. I'm not going to pretend like I've read everything and I know exactly the timeline of it all.
My big exposure to Barry Allen was the Flashpoint comic, and he is in no way a jokester in that comic.
Yeah, sure. He's not a jokester in that comic. But again, to me, I'm like, people know the Flash as the funny guy because of that animated Justice League show. And it's only people who watch what I believe to be a far less popular show, which is the Flash TV show. Maybe it actually is more popular. I don't know, or just about like on the same level of popularity.
Well, it's gotten according to the fans, it's gotten really bad. So
yeah. So it's only people who kind of watch that who have another opinion of what Barry Allen should be. But I'm just like, when you look at the makeup of the Justice League that Zack Snyder was going with, you needed some kind of levity on that team. You know, you can't just have everyone be a fucking serious scientist. So
Hmm.
I was saying this, like, so you're gonna have Batman be a serious detective who is like got a scientific mind. You're gonna have Barry Allen be a serious detective who's got a scientific mind. You're gonna have Cyborg being a serious person with a scientific genius mind. Like, how many of these guys do you want? You needed like some different flavors on the team. It's one thing
Exactly.
having him in the TV show where he's the main guy and he's not really interacting with too many other superheroes, you know, from episode to episode that aren't part of the Flash family, right? So
Hmm.
there you can kind of stick to this kind of serious Barry Allen. But when you've got a team dynamic, you need people representing different personalities and different, you know, to mix it up a little. So it made sense to me that you would take the kind of Wally West personality. Now people go, well, then they should just make him Wally West. Fine. But Wally West doesn't have a good origin story.
No, he doesn't.
So Barry Allen has the good origin story, which is what Jeff Johns kind of came up with very recently, actually, with
Yeah.
the mother dying, you know, and the father being in prison and all of that. So it completely makes sense to just take that humor, you know, which, you know, will help add some levity to the whole thing, because you've got apart from Aquaman, I don't think you most of the rest of the Justice League are pretty serious, right? Like
Yeah,
Wonder
exactly.
Woman's kind of serious, Superman's kind of serious, Batman's kind
Hmm.
of serious, you know. So you to add some different flavors, you want like at least a couple of guys to bring some kind of levity to the proceedings. So it only made sense that you would, you know, use the Flash, who historically in the Justice League show people know to be the funny one,
Of course.
right? So that I don't get this
Plus,
preciousness that
do
people
you
have of
really? I would want to ask these people: do you really think the average audience member is going to be able to distinguish between Barry Allen and Wally West? Anyway, they're just going to see a dude in a red suit with a lightning bolt on it.
right. Yeah, that's what I've always kind of. It's always I can't wrap my head around like these, you know, these people with you know, as if they've read all the Flash comics, and like Flash
Yeah,
comics aren't popular like that. Like, you know, and I've read quite a lot, and he's one of my favorite characters, and he doesn't have even that many, you know. I won't put it like that because I haven't read like everything. You know, I hate people
yeah,
who pretend like they've read like, you know, like
exactly.
everything, because there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of material out there, but you know, I mean, uh, just a simple fact,
Yeah,
like of it is Barry Allen didn't even have a straight up graphic novel or comic that was an origin story of Barry Allen until last year. No,
yeah.
2 years ago, right?
Um,
So there was
Jeff
no
John.
comic just outlining his origin story, apart from like there was one that was more like a book that was telling it, like not like a comic
Well,
thing, but it
they
had
did.
some.
So the origin for Barry Allen was kind of like in the Silver Age, I want to say ish of for comics. They kind of had the classic look for it. But Jeff Johns did Flash Rebirth, and I think it was the 2005 time
Yeah,
period, and he kind of like established more or less. Here's the origin story for this Barry Allen, the modern Barry Allen that we have right now.
right. But that wasn't just an origin. That wasn't a comic just covering his origin story.
Yeah,
That
it
was like
wasn't.
a big. That was a big story. I'm saying one just covering his origin story.
We do not have that.
That was just recently. That was with
Mhm.
it was with the Flash Year One, right?
Yeah.
That was a very recent kind of comic where they actually did that. And then before you had, like as I said, you know, Barry Allen was just a guy with some nice parents and who became a forensic scientist, and then the lightning hit the chemicals and splashed all over him, and that was about as in depth as his origin got.
Hmm.
You know, it really didn't change, as you said, until Jeff Johns like kind of came in and you know did that, innovated with that. So Yeah, I mean, I don't think the Flash is as, he's still in the process of being fleshed out into a whole character
Yeah.
because DC, unfortunately, until recently, ignored pretty much all of their other characters and just focused on Batman and Superman.
Yeah.
So they were the only ones who were really well-rounded, fleshed out, characters that you know what they stood for, you knew their exact origin, you knew everything, really about them. Their rogues gallery, their what do you call it, supporting cast, all of that, their city, everything, and what the city meant. Like, Superman had the city of the future, Batman had, the Gotham City, the dark, where everything was crime ridden. You didn't have that for the Flash, right? Again, Jeff Johns did a lot of legwork with Green Lantern, with Flash, with Shazam, even, so and Aquaman, right?
Yeah.
So that's only in the last several years, right? So
Yeah.
it's really odd to me that people think of Flash as this stable thing. I think he's still in the process of becoming that, and I think Ezra Miller's Flash actually is an interesting direction to go with it. Like that could be a cool way. Like, he's the funny one. He's the he's a little bit insecure. He's a bit younger, but he's super powerful.
Yeah.
Um,
I
I
definitely
think
agree
that
with you.
makes sense.
And look, he saved the world in the Snyder Cut. Let's not forget about
Right,
that point right there.
right. Um, do we have anything else to say about, like, Ezra Miller himself, though? Like,
I just hope
given
the guy gets help, and if he gets help and 100% apologizes and says, "Hey, I'm sorry. This is my fault. This is not who I am. I have pursued help." Then 100% is fine,
mm-hmm.
and that's all I have to say about it. If you have anything else you want to add.
Not particularly. I mean, we could go on to the Sarnoff thing, because I know you've
Okay.
got some strong opinions about
No, that's an
and
understatement.
Sarnoff, and the rest of the execs, and I have some strong opinions as well.
All right. So to give you guys a little reminder about who Ann Sarnoff is, she's the lady that the weekend that the Snyder Cut came out, they published an article, which I believe with Variety, saying, "A, we're not going to pursue any other projects with Zack Snyder, basically. We're not going to release the Ayer cut. We're basically saying we're done with Zack Snyder." So she kind of pissed off the entire fan base. Because think about it.
Right.
Here was the astounding thing about it. So the Snyder Cut was popular. It came out, it like exceeded all expectations. They could have capitalized on that and said, "You know what? We're gonna keep our other projects, but we're also gonna have him come back and do his stuff." Can you imagine the public reaction if they said, "Okay, we're bringing him back"? But no, they didn't. It's ridiculous.
Yes and no. I mean, look, I want to go into this with you, and I want to get your opinion first.
Okay.
Because maybe there's details that I don't know.
Yeah.
Things that I don't understand. And I it's good for me to talk to somebody who's been, in the
Trenches,
restore
I guess, yeah.
movement, right? And kind of really get it from your perspective, because
Okay.
I've seen a lot of stuff, maybe from my side, where I can understand why she said some of those things. I thought it was a dumb business decision. If you go back to my video on it, I was like, you're doing this out of emotion. You're not doing this out of business. But yeah. I understood some of why she felt that way. Because I looked at the Snyder fan base and I was just like, look, Warner Brothers just came out, and I want to remind you of something. When the Snyder Cut was first announced, a bunch of people were asking questions, like good, like Snyder fans like yourself, people. Because I'll tell you something. I was actually upset
Mhm.
when they were going to release the Snyder Cut, because
Really?
I was not on board. I wanted the Snyder Cut to be released, but after projects like the Batman and after
Oh,
projects like
that's
Wonder
a good
Woman
point.
84 and that had come out, because I was fed up of everyone wanting, like the DC fan base being like, anything that isn't Snyder is just going to be trash.
Mhm.
Right. And they're not going to go out and support it. And they're not going to go out and support Shazam. And they're not going to, I was fed up of
Yeah.
like this kind of hold that Snyder had over DC. And I was like, maybe it's time to let some other voices in, see what they can do in this sphere, and then release the Snyder Cut after, once people are excited about other DC projects. But having said that, I'm really glad it came out, because now it's one of my favorite comic book movies of all
It's my
time, and I
favorite,
think it's
number one.
and I think it's brilliant.
Yeah. So
So just to let me finish, just
sure.
one moment. But when this when the Snyder Cut was first released, I was following things, and people were, or that it was announced, and people were asking, "Hey guys, are you going to release the Ayer cut?" And I think it was Jason Keelar or somebody else said, "Hey, you never know, anything's possible." Like with the HBO Max, they seemed very, very enthusiastic to me about continuing to do business with Zack Snyder.
Yeah.
I really do think when they first announced that Snyder Cut is being released, they seemed enthusiastic about doing business with Zack Snyder, and certainly releasing the Ayer Cut and doing the things that the fans wanted, especially for content for HBO Max during this COVID situation, right? Then what happens, instead of people being thankful that they released the Snyder Cut, Ray Fisher comes out with all the stuff, that he subsequently said, and it turned into an absolute nightmare for the execs at Warner Brothers. They were being attacked. They were being sent death threats. They were being bullied. They were being told that they needed to lose their jobs. All of this kind of stuff. And I was just like, not people aren't grateful. They're not like, "Oh, you brought up the Snyder Cut, we're actually grateful for this." They're like fucking, crucifying these guys over it. So to me, that was where I was like, well, I've got a problem with this, with this kind of behavior, right? Because we could have had both of these things. They did seem enthusiastic, or at least they were willing, open-minded to it. And then the fans closed their minds towards it. Now, from your side, what I want to get is, why, one, am I wrong? And then secondly, can you convince me why, say, for instance, Ray Fisher was right about bringing these accusations out, and why people were right about supporting him, and the A over E and all of this kind of thing?
All right. So first point, there are some details in there too, but I did disagree that Warner was like so like enthusiastic about the Snyder Cut, because if you notice, there wasn't much marketing about the Snyder Cut. You didn't see the trailer showing up in theaters. As far as I know, there weren't, or at least it didn't happen to the extent.
But why would they put it on theaters when it's
no, just to advertise that people come to HBO Max because we're getting the freaking Snyder Cut. And the thing is that it got barely any marketing. And then the other issue is that here's why the Snyder fandom was at least upset, from what I can tell. And this sort of dovetails into what Ray Fisher said, because here's the thing. We saw Justice League. It wasn't good, the theatrical cut. Or at least with me, I was under the opinion that, okay, it wasn't that bad, because I was still like, at least we got a Justice League movie. Then when you start figuring out,
it was horrible.
yeah, well,
I
Yeah.
fucking hated it.
Well, yeah. And
Because
then,
I remember at the time I liked BVS, but
oh yeah, it was such a like
and so I
tonal
was
shift.
I had problems with it, but I liked it, and then I was like, defending it online, and then everyone was like, oh, it's too dark, blah blah blah, and then I was like, when Justice League came out and it was shit, I was like, well, that's what you asked for, fucking, you better go out and support it.
Mhm.
But anyway, carry on.
But anyway, so my opinion rapidly changed after Zach started posting on Vero all the things that were supposed to be in the movie but were taken out, like Darkseid, and I was like, why did you put this in? So anyway, going on to this, so the anger started with all of this when we figured out what was taken out. And remember, these are the people that didn't want Superman's ship to get blown up in Man of Steel because, quote, how would he get back to Krypton? It's legit a script note that David Goyer got. And he goes, long pause, Krypton exploded. You saw in the first half hour of the movie. So anyway,
which people? What do you mean?
Sorry,
which people?
Warner Brothers. One of the script notes that they gave
From the
David,
execs,
from the executives, was you can't blow up Superman's ship. How is he going to get back to Krypton?
Okay.
Right. And then Gore's like, you.
But they always say stupid stuff like that when it comes to comic book stuff. Yeah.
So it was that point, and then the Snyder Cuts announced, which, by the way, was the impetus for me forming my entire show. So anyway, then here's my thing on the Ray Fisher situation. Is that then Ray came out and started making his whole all of his accusations against these people. Remember, we didn't know any of this was going down. All we knew and suspected was that Warner Brothers was, after the lukewarm reception of BVS, and I would argue not justified lukewarm reception of BVS, but we can talk about that another time. But it's like they got cold feet and were looking for any reason to get rid of Snyder. So when his daughter committed suicide, they exploited that to get rid of him, butcher his movie. And here's the worst part: they still blamed him for the failure of Justice League. That's the worst part, is that, and it was all these things that started to pile on.
Do you think they blamed him for the failure of Justice League?
They still put directed by Zack Snyder when it was clearly not a Zack Snyder movie. They just. I
think certain bad faith fans, or anti-Snyder people, have done that. They're like, well, Justice League failed. Like, they go, BVS underperformed, Man of Steel underperformed, and Justice League underperformed, and it's like, well, Justice League ain't really Zack Snyder's movie, like that. Like that, you know what I mean? So like, let's not.
Joss Whedon.
Yeah. So I don't know that Warner Brothers put it out there that they saw that as Zack Snyder's thought. I think it was more that they were done with him during the production of Justice League.
Yeah, and remember, these are the people. So the backstory really happens is that he was done with Man of Steel. It's just they came back and said, okay, we need an Avengers movie. Get the Justice League out here. And that's why, because one of the criticisms of the Snyderverse was, why did he go from Man of Steel to Justice League so fast? Why didn't he have 5 team-up movies like the MCU does? And that's why, because Warner Brothers told me he had to get to that point. So my point is that when Ray brought up all those accusations of that were backed up by like Jason Momoa and Ben Affleck and Gal Gadot, that basically indicated that Warner Brothers it indicated the bad leadership. And notice that Ray, for the most part, was very vocal in saying that he doesn't want anyone fired. He just said he doesn't want them in charge of anything.
He said he wouldn't work with Walter Hamada ever again. So that does imply that he wants him fired, because if he wants the Snyder thing to be restored, then he'd have to work under Walter Hamada, right? So
it depends on what happens with the merger, because I've heard that Hamada's going to be reassigned out of the DC Films area. But
sure,
anyway.
Okay. I mean, I'm just saying that he clearly did want some people to leave their job because obviously, if you restore the Snyderverse and Walter Hamada's there, and he said he never wants to work with more, he will never work under Walter Hamada again, then that would suggest
that's
that.
fine.
Yeah. Okay.
But to be clear, in no way do I endorse sending people death threats. That's beyond justification. No.
That goes without saying.
Yeah,
I know you so far, so you don't have to tell me that. But
okay, good. Yeah. But I had to say it for the camera. But anyway,
okay.
Now I do agree with telling these people you shouldn't be in charge of these movies anymore, because so far you have mishandled all of these movies. Because let's face it, they're the reason why they rushed to Justice League, because they wanted to catch up to the Avengers. And then when BVS still performed, let me put it this way, it didn't bomb. That was
right.
my problem. A lot of people, they're saying it didn't bomb, but like we read in the article last night on MSK's stream, it's like all of a sudden, if it doesn't break $1 billion, a movie's deemed a failure. And
it didn't make any profit, because if you take away the cinema, what the cinema gets out of it, plus the marketing, plus I think it had like an over 200 million budget, it didn't really make a profit for Warner Brothers. They needed it to be over $1 billion, basically.
Yeah, but
again, it didn't bomb. You're right. It didn't bomb. It didn't bomb. Yes, and what you looked at, what I saw was an upward trend. So it starts with Man of Steel. Man of Steel makes about 700 million. Then it goes to BVS. BVS nearly clocks up to 900 million. I would have suspected Justice League would have been on that upward trajectory as well.
Yeah.
If he had maybe made a 3-hour cut of the movie.
I think, let me put it this way, we wouldn't have gotten the 4-hour cut in theaters. Absolutely not. What we probably would have gotten is like 2.5 to 3 hours. And then on DVD, he would have released a 4-hour version. Yeah. But anyway, and then the other problem.
One qualified question. Do you think you could cut that movie down to 2.5 hours and it still be good?
You could take certain points and trim them down, and I guess cumulatively it would have been like a 3-hour movie, I would say, or like probably the length of Matt Reeves' Batman. It wouldn't have been 2.5 hours. But
you would have to do at least 2 hours 50 minutes for that movie to work. Because I think there's a lot you could cut, but anyway, carry on.
It's like, my point is that he could have trimmed it down, then released it on a thing, and then you know what? No one would have complained, because if it came, I'm convinced that the actual Justice League movie had come out, we would have had the Snyderverse already. It would have been done by 2020. That's it. But And then the other problem is that Ann Sarnoff clearly indicates that, okay, we have a plan, and then nothing they gave us indicated that they had a plan on where these movies were going. If they had told us, listen, we're not doing the interconnected movies anymore. We're just going to do independent movies. That's fine. Tell us something. And then it got to the point where Warner clearly, to a certain degree, had an anti-Snyder bias, even going to Justice League, because they gave him no help for distribution. And you notice, I'm sure that people that when they were saying anything could happen, they were just saying that so people, because let me put it this way, what would have happened, do you think, if when they announced Zack Snyder's Justice League, if all of a sudden, if they asked about the Ayer cut and they said, well, now we're just going to release the Snyder cut and be done with it?
Well, I'll tell you, I'm going to kind of address a couple of points you made there. Okay. So for me, I don't think there's I have problems with what Warner Brothers doing. I have problems with what Zack Snyder has done.
Okay.
So I think it's kind of like I take them at their word, right? Like when it was released, when they were announced the release, that they were into, because I mean they gave him 70 million to finish the movie. I mean, they didn't have to give him 70 million to finish the movie. They weren't going to see much profit out of it. because it was going to be HBO Max subscriptions. It's not like it was going into cinemas. So that was a good faith offering to Zack Snyder, like, hey, here's 70 million, finish your movie, because it wasn't even complete. Like the VFX, everything.
They originally wanted it.
So there wasn't actually a Snyder cut, like the people were saying there was a Snyder cut, right? So
there wasn't.
And that in itself is a problem with, you know, what I see the Snyder fan, like, you know, hardcore Snyder fan saying. It's like, you're not even admitting the truth, which was there was no fucking cut in the first place. He needed money to finish all of the VFX, finish some scenes, you know, all of that kind of stuff. So there's that issue, right? Then, so I'm like, you're asking me, do I believe they would have brought out the Ayer cut? Well, I think if people had have come at it with like some appreciation, maybe. Yeah, I do. Actually, I genuinely do. I think, they've given him 70 million to finish his movie, to put it on the HBO Max. I know they're doing it for selfish reasons. They're doing it to get HBO Max subscriptions. They're not doing it because they're saints who want to please the fans or anything like that. But nonetheless, they could see at that point that since Zack Snyder left, they'd had a couple of hits with Joker and Aquaman and stuff like that. But in general, things were like a lot more chaotic. So Zack Snyder's plan for for a couple more movies or whatever was probably their best bet, like at the time. So I think, this is just my theory, that the issue came along with the Ray Fisher accusations. Now, it's one thing, like, if we say, well, were the Ray Fisher accusations true, or were they false, or is it somewhere in the middle? People just getting emotional and, whatever, that there were problems on set, but like perhaps they're a little bit exaggerated, like just, because to me, I've read through all of the accusations against Jeff Johns, all of the accusations against Josh Whedon. And I have two ways of thinking about it. First of all, with Jeff Johns, right? First of all, with the racism accusations, right?
Yeah.
There is no evidence I have seen of any racial kind of things that were going on with the Justice League that Ray Fisher was claiming or alluding to. Everything he's tried to bring out about that, it just doesn't hold any water for me. That he cut all the black people all the people of color from the Justice League cut that he brought out. He had to cut people out. He cut white people out. He cut everyone out because he had to take a 4-hour movie to a 2-hour movie. Right? There was no two ways about it. He had to do that. And he actually added people of color to his cut anyway. Right? So that bit was just not true. Like there was the bit about the color correction of people's skin. It turned out like wasn't really, that valid. There was some accusations against Jeff Johns, which were just kind of like fanciful. Like at best, what you could say was maybe there was a little bit of racial insensitivity, but straight out fucking racism. It didn't play that way to me. It played to me more like a young man, Ray Fisher, who's incredibly talented. Loved him in what he did in the Justice League, but it played out more to me of a young man who's very sensitive towards these things and is seeing race issues. Like, oh, he told me to play Cyborg like Quasimodo. So, right? Like, maybe it's you could even say maybe it was a bad studio note. Jeff Johns, it was a bad studio note to ask him to do that. But is that racist? Really? I mean, and so there was just a number of things that Ray Fisher was trying to push. And he was trying to, like, to me, what I saw was him trying to weaponize the Snyder fan base who were very passionate about this movie and trying to weaponize them to eliminate Zack Snyder's enemies, right, or his perceived enemies from the Warner Brothers execs, so that it would be more likely that he could finish his Justice League trilogy. That's what I saw. What Gal Gadot said about Josh Whedon, what everyone else said about Josh Whedon, the best I can get from that is not that he was racist, but that he was an asshole. Yeah. Nobody has made any credible accusations against Jeff Johns at all, from what I've seen.
That's the only one. The problem with saying racism is that then you have to claim that it was hatefully motivated. And how are you going to prove that?
Right. Hey, Pickle Man, how's it going?
But there's one other point here. The thing about particularly the Ann Sarnoff thing is that the article is that, yes, there were like there are very much a-holes in the Snyder Cut community and everything like that. But her comment, she made it sound like a blanket statement, calling the entire Snyder-based fandom a toxic fandom. If she had said there's a vocal minority that are very toxic, but the majority of them are nice people, guess what? I don't think there wouldn't have been that much backlash. But the very fact that she, whether intentionally or not, made a statement that sounded like she was calling the entire Snyder base a toxic fandom, that's one of the other major issues people had.
Yeah, and look, I agree. I think on both sides, emotions have flared up. Oh, yeah. I don't think it was a correct business decision to part ways with Snyder and that universe when you're halfway through the story and people like the film. I mean, in the end, it's just about money, right?
You saw how that movie was received.
Yeah, so people liked it. So, if you put your fucking, differences aside and learn to try and work with each other to make the best product for DC fans to be able. Because what it's done is it's harmed films, I think, like The Batman. And it's going to harm films like Black Adam. And it's going to harm films like Shazam. And Shazam Fury of the Gods, when I suspect that they're all going to be really good films. I even think the Flash film might be quite interesting. I'm not sure about it. I'm excited for all of them. I think the Batman was phenomenal. I think it was a phenomenal piece of work. And what they've done is they've made it like they've divided this DC fandom between like people who are in to Snyder and then people who like want a new direction. Whereas you could just have both. Yeah, you literally could just have both and kind of move forward with a kind of, and by the end of the Zack Snyder's Justice League, he turned me around on Henry Cavill as Superman. I actually really like him as Superman now. I like the Flash. I liked what he had to do with Aquaman. I liked all of it, every character I thought was ready from Zack Snyder's Justice League to go into their own solo projects and
that's what
dip into the Justice League and then go, and I think it would have been perfectly fine. I think, for me, the only problem is, Zack Snyder needed to slow his roll a bit on this Nightmare universe. I think he needed another film in between, right, to get to that Nightmare universe.
Well, that was what Justice League 2 was going to be. It's going to be the build up to it's going to end in the Nightmare, and then 3 was going to be pretty much all in Nightmare except for that final battle scene.
Well, I don't know, but it seemed to me like the Nightmare universe was seemingly going to take over from the second one. Because, what are we doing here? We're going to kill Wonder Woman. We're going to kill fucking Aquaman. In the second movie, are we going to have Green Lantern in this second movie? And Martian Manhunter, are they going to be a part of? So for me, I would in my perfect world, I would have come to Zack Snyder and said, look, I think you're going a little bit too fast here, mate. How about we we do in between, just before you go into this nightmare universe, we do in between, say, Tower of Babel. You
That would have
adapt
been
Tower of
dope.
Babel,
Are you kidding me?
right? You like Batman a lot. Batman probably would have come up with contingency plans, for the Justice League when he first found out about them. Not, after the events of Justice League, but when he first found out about all these gods in BVS, he probably would have thought of some contingency plans. Let's do that, and then we go on to the Nightmare universe. And that gives us time to breathe, time to do like a Man of Steel 2, time to do like Wonder Woman 3, time to do
He
like,
was going
a
to
Green
have
Lantern
those
movie.
movies, though.
So in any case, that's just my kind of thought process behind
But
it.
also,
I think things could have been healed.
yes.
But the problem, with this is that I do see some of where the Warner Brothers, if you are to follow from the premise that, yes, Ray Fisher had some points, but that he vastly exaggerated it and tried to weaponize the Snyder movement and their passions and everything like that to get what he wanted, which was to get, as I said, Jeff Johns and all the people he perceived as against Snyder out of there, right? And he used, this kind of racism stuff to do that. Then it kind of did make Warner Brothers look bad. And instead of it being a joyous moment where it was like, the Snyder Cut's being released, great. And then the Snyder Cut comes out, it's fucking awesome. We're all together in this, and we're getting the Batman, and we're getting like these other projects on the side. We could have had it all, you know?
Exactly.
But
that was our.
I mean, what's your response to that?
Yeah, and that was the issue, because Warner Brothers turned it into, whether intentionally or unintentionally, you have to choose between, for these people, you have to choose between Snyder or the other DC movies. Because let me put it this way, I guarantee you, if they had said, we're going to restore the Snyderverse and have the other movies, the Snyder fans would have seen both, all the movies. But what you do is you alienated a fan base, which I get it. There was a vocal minority of people that were very that were horrible. And let me put it this way: there's still there's still Snyder people that I'm like, what the heck, guys? But the point is that had they restored the Snyderverse and said, okay, we're going to build off this, no matter what they were getting on the internet, guess what? It would have made them look even better, because guess what? They would have shown, okay, you know what? Bury the hatchet. They're allowing him to come back, and we're going to get all this other DC great stuff. Instead, they made themselves look like bad business people and the villains. Now, granted, the Snyder fandom was very there was a vocal minority in the Snyder fandom base that were toxic. I'm not denying that whatsoever. But I'm just saying they would have made themselves look a lot better than they did back then had they said, okay, you know what? We're just going to, if Zach wants to come back, he's more than welcome to come back.
Yeah, I mean, that's my only, at the very least, they should have been like, okay, we'll hear a pitch.
Yeah, okay, fine.
For where he's going next. Right?
And Zach has been very vocal saying, if they call me, sure, let's do it.
Right. But again, I just think this kind of attack, especially against Jeff Johns, I really like looking into those accusations against Jeff Johns. There was some writer on this series, what was it? Krypton, who came out and was like, oh, he made an offbeat comment about like
her hair or something like that.
Not her hair. He just said like she was changing her hair between scenes, and then one of the writers went and said to him, who was fired, by the way. So she had reason to, be kind of salty against Jeff Johns, but she wasn't fired by Jeff Johns. She was fired on Superman versus Superman and Lois show, right? So she
Yeah.
wasn't fired by Jeff Johns.
No.
So she just comes out, like a week off or 2 weeks after being fired, starts talking to, Ray Fisher to add to his kind of narrative. And she says, hey, like I was there on the set of Krypton, and one time he said to me, because this black girl kept changing her hair between scenes, that and I said she had said to him that that's something that black women do, apparently, like they're always changing their hair.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, no, it isn't.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And so that, and you have to think about that in the kind of high pressure. You're making a TV show, somebody's telling you about like a girl continuously changing her hair. I don't even think that it could be likely he didn't even associate it with her saying that's what black women do. He's just thinking, I need to get this TV show done. I can't have her having a different haircut between scene from scene, whatever. No, she's keeping the same haircut. That's probably what he meant by this comment. I don't know if she interrogated him further to find out what he meant, but all of a sudden, just that accusation on its own, this further legitimizes this kind of narrative that Jeff Johns, a guy who had a black wife, who has a mixed race child, is a fucking racist.
I never believed that whole racist accusation against Jeff Johns, because first off, again, when you say racism, that implies that you have a hatred against someone based on race. Now, did he say some stupid stuff? Yeah, absolutely. But was it hateful? I don't think so. And yeah, he was probably making choices based on the story. But I think people are making like significant assumptions about I guess his intentions in order to drop he's a racist.
Right. And again, I have to put some kind of blame here on Ray Fisher, because Ray Fisher comes out what was the thing that
he said that Johns, he said Johns and some other people were complicit in what happened on Justice League,
which they weren't, by the way. That was Kevin Tsujihara. Kevin Tsujihara told fucking Jeff Johns to go in and babysit fucking Zack Snyder and go in and look on every day. Jeff Johns had no like significant power there. It was Kevin Tsujihara who was not happy with what the reception of BVS. I mean, Jeff Johns was there trying to like part of the kind of team scripting and fucking.
He and Jim Lee and Zach created the whole Snyderverse arc. That's what people forget. It was Jeff Johns, Jim Lee, and Zack Snyder.
Right. So it's very, very weird to me how, you remember that they were saying that they were in a room together, basically planning out the Snyder cut, right? Like they were like in a room, Jim Lee as well. And they just, Snyder fans just want to forget that.
My other problem with the Snyder fandom specifically is that they're a little short-sighted. And what do I mean by that? Because recently one of the, I think Dave the Film Junkie made like a comment saying, oh, maybe they'll bring him back and let him do like his other Snyder movies as like a comic book first. And people are like, no, it has to be a movie. But what they weren't thinking is that if DC allowed him to come back and do his movies as a comic book, how do you, and say that it actually sold out and the comic book did great, do you really think that they're not going to say, okay, Zach, go ahead and do your movie? It's obviously you have a thing here that says that, guess what? It sells a lot.
Right. I mean, again, look, I was happy with Zack Snyder's Justice League. I was happy with it. I think a lot of people were happy with it. So
I cried for
again, from that perspective, I just think as a business thing, they should have found a way to make it happen. Like they just should have found a way to make it happen. But I don't like when you were saying like with Ann Sarnoff, like you had a problem with what she said. I was like, well, I want to hear what that problem is with her because I don't see the problem with what she said, given everything that happened. I mean, a judge came out and said fucking Ray Fisher wasn't even telling the truth. Like they had an independent investigation and said that she didn't find anything really to corroborate what he was saying about like all of these executives, specifically Walter Hamada and Jeff Johns. And the best that we can corroborate of what he was saying, which I think everybody knew from the jump, is that Josh Whedon is a fucking asshole.
Yeah,
which many directors are in Hollywood. It's not just Josh Whedon. Sometimes that's what it takes to get fucking things done. Like they ask him to cut a fucking 4-hour movie down to 2 hours. And you know, all the actors have some allegiance to the former director, you know, whose kid has just died. You know, he could have been a bit more sensitive. He could have been a bit more whatever. I agree. But like in the end of the day, all he's guilty of is being a fucking asshole.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not of racism, not of abuse, not of any of the things that Ray Fisher initially claimed. Where was the abuse? Where was the gross abusive whatever? It was he was an asshole.
Which and let me put it this way: that interview that Josh Whedon recently didn't exactly help his case.
Oh no, it didn't help his case.
But going back to my comments about Ann Sarnoff, I agreed with part of what she said. It's just the way she said it was horrible, and it made it sound like she was saying the entire Snyder fandom is toxic. If she had just said, okay, there is a minority of people that are toxic fans. If she had tried to find a way to separate the bad Snyder fans from the majority good, then yeah, I would have been totally fine with what she said. Because yeah, she's right. It did take a lot of heat. Part of it needlessly.
Do you support? And I'm going to go to Film Elitist. Hi, man.
Sure. Dude, hey, what's up, buddy?
Do you support, or would you retweet like the A over E thing that Ray Fisher?
Well, I agree with that there should be that accountability is important. I definitely agree with that. But well, here's the thing: is that I also want to see other actions being taken beyond just tweeting, because really, what is that really doing? How is that?
But what do you mean? What action should be taken about somebody who had an investigation, independent, which he asked for? He then says, "Hey," puts out a little short clip of the judge saying, some stuff to him like, "Oh, you've cooperated and you've given us like this, that, and everything that you said you would," and he puts out a short clip to make it look like the judge is ruling in his favor or like agrees with him, and then the judge comes out and says, "No, I don't know what he's talking about. I didn't agree with him, or I didn't find anything like wrongdoing in the sense that he was talking about that Warner Brothers or Walter Hamada had done." So in the end, his A over E thing, if you are to accept the results of the investigation, holds no weight, and that's what I don't understand. So
I agree with you on that.
Is that not a bad faith kind of thing to even continue going on? Like,
and you notice there was a little bit of accountability. They canceled Josh Whedon's Batgirl thing,
right? And
like, all right.
Jeff Johns isn't the head of well, he was never the head of the studio, but he was like
he was a high up dude.
He was just overseeing the DC projects, basically.
Yeah.
He was the one like helping oversee the DC projects. That was about as far as he was going. Hello there, Mr. Film Elitist. I know you have some very
What's up, bro?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Last things to say, and then I'll go on to the comments after. But
I'm confused as to what we're even talking about because I just jumped in.
Well, we're talking about Ann Sarnoff leaving.
Yeah, and we were just talking about like what happened, what went down with all of the Snyder stuff, and the Ray Fisher stuff, and who's kind of who not who was to blame or whatever. I'm not like playing any blaming game or anything like that, but like I don't know if I should be happy or not. Ann Sarnoff is leaving. I really don't know. I didn't. The Batman has been good. Like other DC projects have been good. It seems like
remember,
people are taking to Peacemaker, even though I'm not a big fan of it.
Me neither.
But silly, like they're making a variety of different, super pets here, the Suicide Squad there, the Batman here. They're giving variety to people. So if you're giving variety, obviously certain things I'm not gonna like, right? And certain things I will.
One more thing.
But I'm just saying, like, I don't know how to feel about Ann Sarnoff leaving. But
one more issue I had is, and
I want to get onto elitist after, but go on.
Yeah, sure. It's just one quick thing. One more issue that people had is that Green Lantern was supposed to show up at the end of the Snyder Cut, but Zack had replaced with Martian Manhunter because Warner Brothers was concerned that it was going to conflict with their Green Lantern show, which they haven't done any work on, by the way. But the other issue is that Ann Sarnoff in that same article said that, we're very excited to have a multiverse. And I'm like, multiverse implies that there are other valid, interpretations of these characters. Heck, Injustice is in the same multiverse as Earth frickin' Prime. But she made, because her comments made it essentially sound like we have a multiverse where all interpretations are welcome, ... except Zack Snyder's.
Right. Yeah, and it's true. But so what I was saying, Elitist, was I was trying to get from his side why he seemed happy, or that
Ray Fisher.
No, Jard here. I don't know. Yeah, I think you've met Jard before, but Jared. Is it Jard or Jared?
Whichever, I don't care. It's all good, man.
Jard. Like I was trying to get from him, as he's somebody who's part of the Restore the Snyderverse movement, what his feelings were towards Ann Sarnoff leaving, and he seemed.
So what little I know, and basically that's limited to she became the CEO in 2019. I don't know how much of a hand she had in the recent stuff. But considering that she was shepherding the company the last 4 years, I would have to say that I'm probably personally not into this because it seems like they've been going in a better direction. For me personally, I've liked 3 DC movies in the last 2.5 years, and I haven't liked but one in the 5 or 6 years before that. So just on a personal level, I'm not cool with it. When it comes to the Ray Fisher stuff and the Snyder fandom, I'm not going to call them a cult, because there are people like Jared here who just love the movie and they're not telling people to go kill themselves and shit. But I would say that I don't know how. Okay, here's the thing, right? I'm going to get political just for a second. It's not choosing sides or anything. It's just a point I want to make.
Sure.
A lot of people in this country can agree that there's a pervasive kind of racist, misogynist, kind of fear-mongering thing that happens with a lot of the right-wing populist people, right? People don't have a problem calling that out, especially in the media, corporate media, social media, whatever. People don't seem to have.
Can you elaborate on that?
So I mean, it's a common thought that the right wingers that it's exclusively a right-wing thing, basically, to be sexist, racist, pervasive, and your fear-mongering of say Muslim people or things like that, right? So they have tactics, right? They have Well, I would agree with that, Jared. But
they don't help themselves with some of the content they put out,
right? And I'm not right. That's why I said I'm not saying anything. This isn't a political statement for me. I'm just trying to abstract, make a point.
Okay.
I don't say that. I'm not saying I agree with that ideology. I'm saying that those people get a lot of heat, right? And I would say they're the far right too, Jared. But a lot of people don't make that distinction. They're just this is more of it's ingrained in the philosophy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the more people that you see that are acting racist and trying to take over capitals and stuff, the more you say hey, how much of a minority is this? That's the question you have to ask yourself, right? Mm-hmm. And same thing with the Antifa, same thing with the Snyder people that behave the way they behave. And when I see it getting legitimized at the Oscars by winning that poll, and then the next week I see, the 100,000 comments I see weekly of people saying like, suck a dick and die if you don't want to restore the Snyderverse, restore the Snyderverse or death. It's like, I wonder how much of a minority is it? It's not that all people that like the Snyder Cut and want Zack Snyder's vision should be demonized, right? That would be irrational of me to say that. But I'm starting to see the problem in the same way that I see it with politics of like how, okay, the bad apples are ruining it for everybody and they're spreading. It's not just that they're a minority, they're spreading. Like there's a spread. It's like a disease. And I'm not saying that liking the Snyder Cut is a disease. I'm saying the way these people behave about it, the kind of
It's just, to me, and I don't want to go on like about this too long because I don't want to feel like it's an attack on the Restore people, because I think like a lot of them have done like good work. Like they really did, do this thing with the charity, with the suicide prevention. They are passionate people, and I like passionate people. I like people who are passionate about what they want. And it really pisses me off where people are like, just get over it or whatever. Like, why should they get over it? If they want the fucking films out, let them fucking campaign for their films. My issue is mainly with those following Ray Fisher. Those are the ones that I'm like, there are facts out there now.
Cognitive dissonance.
I agree on that.
Like there are things out there now that show that maybe he wasn't being dishonest. Maybe in his mind he isn't being dishonest. Maybe in his mind that's how he perceives things. But actually the reality of it is that there is no thing to back up a lot of these accusations.
But Nerman, you know what the problem is with that, right?
And yet I see on a daily basis people by the thousands and thousands and thousands retweeting this A over E. It's like an investigation got done.
And Nerman, this is the reason I brought up this is the reason I brought up the right-wing example, because I demonize anyone from any spectrum of any kind of fandom or politics or whatever. If you have this kind of like behavior where you insult people and you bully and discriminate and do things like that, then you should be called out for it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But in the same way that a lot of people that are, let's just call them activists, right? Mm-hmm. You can be a good activist and have good in your heart, or you could be an activist for a lot of bad reasons. And you can get into, like, when you're going up, I guess what I'm trying to say is when you're going up against something like racism or something like that, right? Sometimes the pendulum can swing too far to the other side and you get a little radical with like, oh, I need to support every person that I think has been victimized. And even if the facts come out, they're still a victim because it's a symptom of a larger societal problem or a corporate structure.
Right. I think a lot of the people would be like someone like who, like Jussie Smollett, right? Like if there were still people supporting Jussie Smollett right now.
There still are.
Yeah. Well, and there
are.
Yeah.
Like if there were like thousands upon thousands, like not only it be like some people, but the majority of them, like if you see a tweet by Jussie to support Jussie Smollett, and like the majority of people are going, yeah, like that's right, Jussie Smollett got like fucking molested by fucking Ku Klux Klan, right? If you saw that on a daily basis, you'd be like, actually, well, maybe the people who are the people who are irrational outweigh the people who are reasonable in this situation.
And I think it's a cultural.
That's what I'm seeing with Ray Fisher. I'm like,
I think it's a cultural problem. So, it's like our generation.
It is, and that's what I'm saying. Yeah, and you're right. It is about like a kind of left wing, or at least I would call it progressive movement, who feel like the ends justify the means. That just because they are fighting for something that is good, like equality, that therefore any behavior that goes towards fighting that is then justified. Do you see what I mean?
Exactly. Yeah. It's like if I kill someone, as long as it reaches that end, I'm totally justified.
Right.
Well, it's the thing. It's the thing where like when it's been a cultural problem for a while. It started with the whole thing of like punch Nazis, right? Well, like, how do you know who's a Nazi or not, right? Our definitions of a Nazi used to be pretty, you know, definitive, but now it's totally up in the air. Gina Carano can be a Nazi, right? So can I punch her in the face? Can I burn down WB because they're racist? That's the problem, right? We've gotten to this point where, in the name of fighting for good causes, we've radicalized ourselves, and the internet and the social media, the echo chamber where you can feel like you're a part of the community, whichever side you're on, the middle leaning one way or the other is the reasonable place to be, and that's where most people are, right? Like, I've had conversations with Nerdman. I know his politics and stuff. It's not important, but like, we agree on a lot of things. It's all about how you behave yourself as a human, though. There can't be a point where my politics and my activism override my humanity to another person, and we've lost that. We've lost that in the last decade.
And to bring it around to back to Ezra Miller, I'm worried that that's something that might have happened to him. Like, he's seeing, you know, I'm not sure. No, I'm just kind of speculating here, so don't take this with a grain of salt. I'm thinking that maybe he's taking offense to a lot of the kind of reception to non-binary issues and stuff like that, and that's where some of this aggression is coming from recently. I don't know, and I'm not sure, and maybe it is just some emotional thing that he's going through, but I do worry that could be the case as well. Like,
well, I'll tell you one thing.
He's seeing discrimination everywhere, because I heard something about him saying, like, something about, like, I can't remember what it was. Like, I read it recently where he was saying when he went into the bar, that was it. The person who apparently has put this restraining order against him wrote something on Twitter describing his behavior, and saying, like, he'd been saying, like, oh, you know, all of these people are anti-LGBTQ, all of these people are anti-whatever, and if you disagree with him, then he gets, like, aggressive. So, but I don't know. Again, that is pure speculation. I'm not going to put that out there on him without any kind of evidence on that.
Can I ask you something, Nerdman?
Yeah.
Do you think it is practical and probable that WB is probably having a harder time letting him go because of his sexual orientation, though? Because of the blowback from that?
All.
You don't think so?
Not at all.
Because I think a lot of people that did the things that he's done would have been gone New York minute.
I don't think so. I really don't.
I say that as a huge supporter of gay rights, by the way. There's no reason that you should treat somebody differently because of anything like that, right? I love everyone, but I'm just saying that I think from a corporate standpoint there would be some blowback, and it would be an
HR nightmare.
Yeah, it would.
I really don't think so. I think there's
especially after Ray Fisher.
I think the hardcore fan base will be doing fucking backflips over him being.
But it emboldens those Ray Fisher people that we're talking about to have another say where it's like, oh,
then they'll say that he's homophobe.
Yeah, right. You silenced the black man and you fired the gay man. Like, this is the way the WB operates, and I think they're having to weigh that. I'm just saying this from a business standpoint, right?
But
you can see that, right?
I can see that. I mean, they did get rid of Johnny Depp without any kind of evidence of anything.
But he's a straight white man. I'm saying that the lens is different.
No, but the reason that I think they got rid of him over, you know, like, say,
Amber.
No, not over Amber, but over Ezra Miller, is because the accusation was much more serious. I mean, the accusation of being a serial spousal abuser is much more serious than somebody like getting into a clumsy drunk fight with like a girl that didn't result in any injuries or anything like major. And then, like, you know, even the more recent thing, it seems like they are taking seriously. They're like having serious conversations about what are we going to do with this guy next. And if you think about it, I don't think Johnny Depp had finished filming Fantastic Beasts. In fact, it hadn't been filmed yet when they fired him. So I imagine if, Fantastic Beasts hadn't have been filmed and The Flash hadn't have been filmed, right? And this had have happened before they were about to go into production, I think Ezra Miller would be gone. I really do.
I think it would have been much easier. Yeah.
I think the problem is that the problem with Ezra Miller is that they've got all of this stuff filmed with him, ready to go, ready for the promotion to start.
Just like CGI mustache on him, because that worked well last time.
Yeah, exactly. They can't really do that. They can't afford to do that. All right, I want to finish off with this Antonov thing. We've got like Jason. Can I just ask you quickly, because I don't want to go on too much, because we've talked a lot, prior about like everything, all of our feelings towards it.
Yeah.
I agree with a lot of what you've had to say. And you've opened my mind a bit about like the other side of things as well. Okay. So Jason Keelar's been fired as well.
And I think that
Emmerich is staying.
Yeah, I think.
So what does that mean for the Snyder verse, according to?
So Emmerich was one of the people that was authorized the Snyderverse, but he also he authorized the release of the Snyder Cut, him and Keelar, but he also stood in the way of restoring the Snyderverse. But here's the thing: it's significantly easier to restore the Snyderverse because with Sarnoff gone, who was anti-Snyder, and Hamada rumored going to be reassigned, it's only just him, and then he has significantly less power. But with the Keelar thing, it didn't. I don't think it had anything to do with the Snyder Cut per se, with the Snyderverse or anything like that. The reason he was fired. The reason he was fired is because he had that stupid idea to release movies in theaters and on HBO Max at the same time, and that pissed off a lot of the big time creators like Nolan that said, "Hey, you're sabotaging my film." And then guess what? Nolan, for the first time in like I believe a decade, went to another theater.
Nolan's film was released only in cinemas. It was released exclusively in cinemas.
Tenet was released only in.
Yeah, it was released exclusively in cinemas, dude. It was after Tenet. It was after Tenet's failure. After Tenet's not failure, but like it's lukewarm performance. Mm-hmm. That they were like, maybe we need to do a different strategy. I really don't see that they could have done much else other than just delay those films to the point that no one had any interest. But like they didn't know when this was going to end. At that time. There was no. I mean, who knows how long it would take to do a vaccine, for instance. Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So I kind of appreciated that they did that. And I think the filmmakers, quite frankly, were being a little bit selfish, if anything. Like the cinemas were fucking closed. It was an unprecedented event, Now, could they have done a paywall? Maybe that could have been something. But
that worked so well for Disney.
Well, exactly. So do you know what I mean? That you were damned if you do, and you were damned if you don't. Like, you can only look back at it in retrospect and say, it was a mistake, and they should have been a bit more patient because the vaccine came out quicker and cinemas opened quicker and blah blah blah. But at the time, nobody knew when this was going to end. So
and I agree with you on that. Yeah,
I think the real mistake they made is they should have said, "We're only doing this until cinemas open." Mm-hmm. And they should have contacted the directors to tell them as well.
Yeah, because
and maybe split it 2 months apart rather than monthly, right?
Yeah, because guess what? They kept this because, like you said, I thought they were going to stop this as soon as like the movie theaters open. No, that's what was the perplexing part, because it's like a few movies came out, like Wonder Woman 84. I was like, well, I could go watch this in theaters, or I could just stay on my nice couch, have free food, and just watch the movie. That's where it came from.
Speaking of that, what do you think about the numbers with the HBO Max? Because I know like Snyder Cut was a global hit.
That was another thing.
That was a global hit. But I thought there was a bit of dishonesty going on because, for instance, I signed up to HBO Max for Wonder Woman 84 because I wanted to see Wonder Woman 84, definitely. Right, I'm a big fan of the first Wonder Woman 2017, so I wanted to see the sequel. Now, I wasn't best pleased with Wonder Woman 84, as you can imagine, right? But I also stayed on because I wanted to see the Snyder Cut. So I feel like they took the numbers from Wonder Woman 84, right? Like however many subscriptions for Wonder Woman 84, and then they go, well, there wasn't that many subscriptions for Zack Snyder's, Snyder Cut. But clearly, anybody who wanted to watch Wonder Woman 84 probably likely wanted to watch the Snyder Cut as well.
That was another thing, too.
That was kind of like ridiculous to me that they didn't add that to the numbers to say, like, hey. Like
I agree with you. That was the other thing that Warner Brothers did that they severely mishandled. Because here's the thing. When the Snyder Cut came out, how long did they hold on to those numbers on how well the Snyder Cut did? But like when Godzilla versus freaking King Kong came out, we knew the next day how many people were watching it. So that also sort of whether accurately or not, put a perception in people's head that they were anti-Snyder because they're trying to hide how well this movie did.
Right. Yeah. No, I kind of like, I was bothered by that because I was just like, look, what do you want me to do? You want me to sign up for Wonder Woman 84, then close so that you know that I'm signing up for Zack Snyder's Justice League as well? Or are you just going to see that the people who watch Wonder Woman 84, if they also watched Zack Snyder's Justice League, they obviously did it for both movies because they're DC fans, right? Like, so I didn't like that.
It was particularly an issue when you had third-party apps also coming out and talking, singing the praises of the Snyder Cut, but the official Warner Brothers numbers weren't coming out. So we're like, the heck is going on? Right.
So let's move on past this. Okay. I think we've talked enough about like what was it, like the son of Toby Emmerich. I don't know if Toby Emmerich is something like Toby Emmerich. Is there anything on that?
What could happen? What I think is going to happen with Emmerich is that they're probably just gonna let his contract like expire and then just say sayonara, because I think that when they crunch the numbers, they're probably like, okay, you know what? It's cheaper just to let him like, it's cheaper to let the because that way they don't have to pay him severance.
Okay, interesting. But and you think Walter Amada's safe? Because I mean, he's been doing a good job, I think.
Wait. Safe in Warner Brothers, yes, but not safe in DC. I think they're going to reassign him because remember, also he was against the Joker movie, like dead set against it, and then it came out and it like blew up. So he hasn't exactly been the biggest like the biggest but like
I mean he's had movies. Aquaman, he's had Joker, he now has the Batman under his belt. I mean those are hits. There's a critical,
but the problem is guess what, you also have Birds of Prey under him, you also have Wonder Woman 84, you have a lot of bombs under him. That's my other
Wonder Woman 84 didn't bomb. I mean, like, let's be realistic about this. It didn't. It came out at a time that it couldn't have done well commercially in cinemas anyway. But it did fine in cinemas, and it did really well on streaming, and it continues to be one of the best-selling, like,
for some reason. But
I don't know why, but yeah, exactly. Video on demand.
Okay, I see that. But in terms of critical reception, you saw the way people panned Wonder Woman. They, for the most part, panned Birds of Prey. So, in terms of like quality movies, he hasn't exactly. Let me put it this way: yes, I'll give him Aquaman, I'll give him Shazam, I'll give him Joker, I'll give him the Batman. He still has a lot of crappy movies.
Well, he's got Wonder Woman 84 and Birds of Prey, and then if Black Adam is good,
Justice League.
If Black Adam is good, Justice League wasn't him. He came in after.
Oh, okay.
So he's still got Black Adam, if that's good. If the Flash is good.
Well,
I don't see that. I think the issue is like, is he dead set against allowing Snyder to come back and finish
That's gonna
the
be the
thing
thing.
at the same time, because that could be a moneymaker. So I don't.
Exactly.
That would be, I think, the issue there.
Yeah,
if there is
exactly.
any issue.
I think that what's going to happen is that Zaslav's going to come in and say, okay, and say for the most part, and say eventually. I don't think that as soon as the merger's done, they're going to say we're going to restore the Snyderverse. I think it's going to take some time. But when they eventually do that, they're probably just going to say, okay, Hamada, we're doing this. Either like it or you can go work in a different division of Warner Brothers. That's it. That's honestly what I think is going to happen.
I think it might happen as well.
I'm 100% sure that
how I feel about that, because I mean, we'll talk about. In fact, that's a good segue, because we're gonna do this now. Best DC movies tournament.
Right.
It's since Man of Steel.
Now I know why you invited me.
Since Man of Steel. And we've got an MCU shill here.
Oh, this is gonna be fun.
Heart is pumping with the blood of
dude. I turned to the dark side last night, remember?
Oh, trust me, being an MCU shield, that is the dark side.
I was only half kidding, Nerdman, last night when I said that I can see where you're coming from. I'm really starting to turn.
Interesting. All right, well, we'll see how you do for this tournament. Okay, so the tournament is up now. Tournament has started. Okay. Ooh. All right, so we have, first of all, Wonder Woman versus the Suicide Squad, and I want to give good.
Yeah, I was like, that's not even the contest. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm gonna give the chat a vote as well. So let me.
But question: are you referring to James Gunn's Suicide Squad or the one
James Gunn's Suicide Squad?
Oh, okay.
The Suicide Squad.
Still, that's my vote. Still is Wonder Woman.
Well, I will tell you my vote once I just get my video up, so that I can do a vote as well. Film Elitist, while we're doing that, what is your vote?
The Suicide Squad.
Oh, jeez.
Okay. Do you want to talk about it quickly, or between the two of you, while I'm getting this vote up?
I really thought that movie was gonna suck. I'm not one of those people that was just like, oh, it's James Gunn, because in my opinion, James Gunn has made one good movie ever before this, right?
Well,
like, I didn't like Guardians 1, not Guardians 2. Some people say it's better than the first. Yeah, Guardians 1. Guardians 2 is shit.
I thought you meant the Zack Snyder zombie movie.
No, I guess I think he did Slither, which was okay. But yeah, the Suicide Squad, I went into it with no expectations. I watched it on HBO Max, hooked it up to the TV at the place I used to live a while back when it came out, and I had a great time with it. I had fun, but more importantly, I liked a lot of the themes in it. I liked the stuff about the American government, like the military-industrial complex and the research that we've done, like coming back to haunt us. I like the redemption arcs. There was stuff I didn't like. I didn't like Harley Quinn with the staff. Like, that was her whole mission.
That was annoying.
That was annoying, and I didn't like the whole death montage sequence at the beginning. But outside of those two things, I didn't have the same problems a lot of people do. I didn't care that Starro was the villain, because really the villain was the government. It was corruption. I liked it, man. I gave it like an 8 out of 10. I give Wonder Woman a 7. So the Suicide Squad's better for me.
Okay.
I mean, I'll tell you this. I enjoyed the Suicide Squad as well. Like, one of my favorite parts is Bloodsport putting the Transformer gun together.
I'll be back. I'm listening.
Yeah, but see, personally, this is just me. When it goes up against the first Wonder Woman movie, yeah, I align more with Wonder Woman, because I like the whole. Going back to themes, I like the whole thing of Wonder Woman. She comes out, she has this rosy way of looking at the world, that everyone's good and everything, but no, everyone's a bunch of assholes. And then my only problem with it is that it inevitably ended in a CGI fight. But besides that, it's I I enjoyed the way that also Wonder Woman, you could make the argument, is also a really good war movie because she was in the trenches. It was a good depiction of World War II. You saw like that one dude suffering from PTSD.
Yeah. No, it was a very good like period piece for that. You know, in the same way that like the first Avengers, some people like that movie for those aspects. I thought they did a good job with that stuff. I just don't like Gal Gadot's performance.
Really?
I think the villain is one of the worst villains in a comic book movie. And I think that the last third of that movie falls apart for me, where the Suicide Squad really shines.
Okay, so I'm okay. Go on. Yeah, I'm gonna go into
I just have one idea. I wanted to run by you guys. What do you think? Would you guys still hate the reveal if, and this is just a random thought that popped in my head last night, if it turned out that Ares was actually Steve Trevor the whole time? If Steve Trevor was Ares, if that was the twist instead of like that random English dude?
No.
Okay.
No, I think that would have.
Really I think that probably would have turned out really badly, but if they had written it properly, of course, it could have worked. You know.
No, I just I as a Wonder Woman fan as well. Like,
okay,
I would have been like fucking like go fuck yourselves. Me too. But look, guys, there's the vote is there, and by the end of the discussion, like
the chat is revolting against you.
I'm sure they are. Now, look, I'll say this. I didn't think that much of the Suicide Squad when I first saw it. I couldn't stand the humor, like especially in that middle part. I thought that I thought that the characters were very kind of one-dimensional, and there was kind of this attempt at artificially adding some kind of depth to them at points, which didn't work, and on second viewing still didn't work. I thought that this idea like of trying to make it into some kind of commentary on US politics at the end also didn't work. I agree with everything it's saying, but I don't think it kind of fits with this movie. The movie is kind of mean-spirited in places. It has parts where they're just killing off, these rebels, and then they just make it into a fucking joke by the end of it.
Yeah.
All of that stuff I really don't like. I don't think they're very likable characters. I actually thought that the characters, the main characters, at least in the first Suicide Squad, were more likable. And I felt more for them than the ones in this one. That being said, when the third act ramps up in the Suicide Squad, on second viewing, I thought it was actually pretty good, and I liked the action set pieces, and I thought it was, it got a little bit more creative there. I don't like the fact that James Gunn made it just a joke of the Suicide Squad. Let's just get all these silly characters and put them in, and it's another, superhero movie that doesn't have very cool superpowers, at all. The Polka Dot Man has trash powers. There's nobody else who has any.
Just like Morbius.
Nobody else who has any interesting powers. Like, it's three guys with guns, and we're talking about the Suicide Squad. It's supposed to be a superhero movie, so I didn't really like that about it. But all in all, I think it's a perfectly decent movie. Now, Wonder Woman, I do like Gal Gadot's performance. I think it has a tremendous amount of heart. I think it was very ballsy of them to make a kind of very pure, aspirational hero at the center of their story that they didn't just kind of like mock or make fun of. And they actually really did give her some great kind of moral centered kind of aspects to her personality that I really thought made the story very emotionally engaging. I like those little parts where she was just like, well, Charlie, who's going to sing for us? Or, she's listening to I can't remember his name, but the I think he was an Egyptian guy who was telling her about racism.
Sammy.
You know, I thought there were touches to that movie that, even though it was kind of like, you know, had those kind of elements of a golden era kind of comic books stuff to it, but it still had truly like you know, galvanizing moments behind her just being like purely heroic, like going to the general, hey, you know, where I'm from, the generals fight with our people, you know, fight with their people, you know, they don't just leave their men out to fucking die. And like her, you know, walking through no man's land and looking at all the destruction and death and going, you know, I need to help. I need to help even a fucking horse, you know, like everybody she wanted to help. And, you know, she kept on being told that she had to stop. And I just thought, you know, it's one of those movies, again, like on rewatch, because, you know what's going to happen. It doesn't have quite the same impact. But when I was there in the cinema and I was looking at the people around me, people were just emotionally engaged. Some people in tears, some people, you know, at certain parts of the movie. And I think it's a very touching movie if you're open to it.
Plus the fact, here's one point I'll say about Wonder Woman 2 is that compared to Captain Marvel and the thing about Wonder Woman is that, yes, it promoted like strong female independence in characters and stuff, but it didn't make the male characters useless. That's what Captain Marvel did. This one, she needed Steve Trevor to show her man's world and stuff. So because I took Captain Marvel as an attack against guys completely. Wonder Woman, no, everyone's working together.
Right. Sean, I know you came on here to fucking troll me and like fucking whatever. You're not getting a vote on this. You came in too late. You're not getting a vote on it.
He would vote for Morbius.
I didn't send you the link. You came on like, I'm not gonna let you fucking rate my list, man. But in any case, yeah, I agree with you, Jared. I do like both movies now, but I do think Wonder Woman, for all the reasons I said, is just a much more, like, my experience watching that the first time is just so much greater than my experience watching Suicide Squad at any point, even at the point where I liked it, you know, a little bit. It's a really kind of, it's a good, and I like the fact it's not very Marvel as well. Like, yes, it's got some humor and whatever in it.
It's dark
at points, but it's got some darkness, and it's got, you know, it's got a good balance of all of those things. And it's got a very distinct DC personality, and it wasn't just trying to like copy the mold of Marvel, and I like it for that. So Sean, go on, tell us what you think.
Well, I think the Suicide Squad is better. I mean, Wonder Woman, I appreciate some things with it that it tried doing. Definitely, I think the chemistry of her and Chris Pine was good. You know, I like some of the, you said the moral story of it and all, but overall I just thought a lot of it they dropped the ball with was kind of generic and bland, safe, and yeah, definitely dropped the ball with the villain, and there are a lot of just dumb moments in it, really. While Suicide Squad, yeah, there were some flaws I definitely had with it, mainly with just Harley Quinn's character overall, but overall I still thought it was like a great film, so definitely say Suicide Squad.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, you don't get a vote in this.
You're saying that because the polls went in Suicide Squad.
I don't give a shit. Like, with three of us, that's who I wanted to.
If you sent the invite link,
so it's done. It's Wonder Woman. Thank you for your contribution in the chat. Troll. I'm not trolling. I'm being fucking serious. There ain't no way Suicide Squad is going over Wonder Woman. Thank you for your contribution. Philosophical Pickle, for voting a couple of times. I know you have a few channels there. So yeah, besides, you voted in the chat anyway, Cole, so Sean, so your vote,
I would have won anyway, whether or not I voted for it, if you look at the percentages.
Yeah, good. Wonder Woman goes up.
See, Norman's just a sore loser.
I'm not a sore loser. I'm not a sore loser at all. Okay, so Man of Steel versus versus Suicide Squad.
Man of Steel. particularly that version of Suicide Squad. Which, like this way, I liked Suicide Squad, the theatrical cut, for what it was, but I think Man of Steel was more of a coherent movie. Even if you disagreed how Zack Snyder characterized Superman, there was still a coherent story from a beginning, middle, and end.
Okay. Interesting. All right. Film elitist.
Sorry, I was looking for my mouse. It disappeared. This one's tough. They're both pieces of shit. But I like Man of Steel more. I really do, Nerd Man. I'm sorry. I hate that movie.
You hate the Suicide Squad. All right, cool. Sean.
I mean, I know you hate Man of Steel for your fucking heart, and I get it. It's quite a mediocre film that really didn't understand parts of Superman really at all, but I mean, Suicide Squad is just trash. There's like nothing redeeming besides like one character or maybe like 2 scenes. That's about it. So yeah, Man of Steel.
3 for Man of Steel. I'm having a hard time with this one because I think the Man of Steel is a better film. But I actually genuinely like the Suicide Squad. I don't even know if I want to call it a guilty pleasure. I actually genuinely like the film, and I don't understand why many people hate on it.
There were parts of it I enjoyed, but I enjoyed more of Man of Steel. Let me put it that way.
I didn't. But I know it's a better film. I know, technically on every kind of level, it's a better film. The score, the cinematography, the character. I mean, it's got a lot more plot holes than Suicide Squad, believe it or not. Mm-hmm. Actually, the plot holes in Man of Steel are crazy. But nonetheless, I don't know. I might have to give it a clean sweep for Man of Steel. It's hard for me. I don't even know if it's worth putting it in the chat because I know it's going to be like 100% for Man of Steel. But I will take it to the chat as well.
Well, Superboy with his comment, it won't be 100%.
Mm-hmm.
I genuinely, I'm not being funny. I would rather, if you ask me which film I'd rather watch right now, I'd rather watch Suicide Squad. But I do recognize that Man of Steel is a better movie.
Yeah, 2 for 2.
So, ask the community. See, if you had have come on at any other point, I would have added your Wonder Woman vote. But you came on here specifically to troll me on fucking Wonder Woman, Sean. And
wait, did you just vote Man of Steel through?
Oh my God.
You voted for Man of Steel?
Yeah.
Why do you defend Suicide Squad so much then? What the fuck, dude?
I do. I say I like it. I just think that Man of Steel, all in all, is a better film because Suicide Squad doesn't have a story.
How can you say that in the first round when you didn't even send me an invite link until like 5 seconds ago?
I didn't send you an invite link. That was the thing. I don't know who sent you an invite. Who sent you the invite link?
All right.
Oh, did I send you one earlier?
I did it.
Oh, you did it.
Yeah. I knew Sean was. I knew Sean was.
So you knew Sean. That's why I knew. I knew that you were anti-fucking Wonder Woman. So I'm not gonna fucking take that fucking vote. It's bullshit. You sent him the thing because of that. And I'm not. It's no offense to you, Sean. Like this was supposed to be just like me and Jared at first, but then I realized since I'm doing a tournament, I need like another person. And so I was like, oh, film elitist, blah blah blah. Because I wanted like it to be more focused, but it's cool. I like that you're here. It makes it more interesting. I wasn't gonna allow fucking you to like.
Sean and I are a package deal now. If I come on, Sean comes on. All right.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the thing. Like I know you're doing that, which is Jared at first, but you know
he's your mini me,
and you need to invite both of us. You know.
Anyway, the vote is out there for Man of Steel versus Suicide Squad.
This is great.
Guys, so the vote is out there. Man of Steel winning at 83% at the moment. So I'll leave that for a little while longer. But it looks like Man of Steel goes through. Ooh, that's an interesting one. Wonder Woman 84 versus Shazam.
Is that even going to be a debate? Is that going to be a debate? Because Shazam was had a better plot, had a better character, was more consistent with the character, had a coherent plot, had a pretty good villain, and didn't like have the character rape someone.
Yeah, but what you don't understand is the hidden masterpiece that is Wonder Woman 84. No, I'm just kidding. I've never even seen that movie, so I can't vote on this one.
Okay. All right. Sean?
Yeah, Shazam, easily the best DC film here, so I hope it wins the whole thing, and it's better than every MCU film.
Thank you.
Okay. Yep. I'm going Shazam as well. I'm gonna end the Man of Steel thing because it's like 83% to 11%.
That's not going down anywhere, dude.
Yeah. So and I'm gonna put Shazam versus Wonder Woman 84 here, which is gonna be another.
I know what's gonna happen.
If anyone votes for Wonder Woman 84, I'll be shocked. But yeah, it's a clean sweep. I don't even know. Look, I admire some of the aspirations of Wonder Woman 84.
I get what they were trying to do. Yeah,
I really do get what Patty Jenkins was trying to do, but she completely dropped the ball on almost every fucking level with that.
And that is in no way what Maxwell Lord is like as a character. I'm like, oh, geez.
Yeah, they just completely screwed it up. It's hard to, and even the goodwill that you had about Wonder Woman from the first movie, like it kind of undermines some of that, which I didn't like. Which, because it did become a little bit of male bashing and all of that kind of stuff. Which Wonder Woman 1 took the high road with that, and But anyway, so
the only good part about 84, I will say, is seeing the gold armor. That I will say is good.
I liked her flying. I liked the fact that they got her flying finally. That was one thing I would say for that movie. Mm-hmm. All right, so Aquaman versus Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Okay, so ignoring the length of Zack Snyder's Justice League in terms of the story, so I'm going to vote for Zack Snyder's Justice League, just because, well, for one thing, the whole reason why I'm into comic books is because of the Justice League animated show. The whole reason why I have the show is because of this particular movie. Now, granted, I definitely enjoyed Aquaman. I think it's a fantastic solo movie. But when you have moments like the Flash going back in time, Superman showing up with the axe on the shoulder, I'm going, I'm not impressed, dude. Plus, you had they planted the seeds of Aquaman in this movie because, granted, there were some inconsistencies with Mera's parents being dead. But my point is that it ends with him saying, I have to go see my father. They sort of like hinted that he was going to be the king, that Orm has this, that Orm is not the right king for Atlantis. So it definitely...
Why are you sending fucking things out to all these people who are like haters? I'm like, look, oh, Superboy. Okay, it's Superboy. Actually,
but yeah, so
no, but I sent it to Superboy ages ago.
In conclusion, I'm voting for Zack Snyder's Justice League, but in no way do I think Aquaman's a bad movie. It was actually a hard choice for me.
Mm-hmm. Okay, go on. Who's next?
Film.
Shazam wins by 100%, by the way.
Yeah, I was like, are you really who's going to vote for Wonder Woman 1984?
Is it my vote?
Yeah.
Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Wow. Really?
Wow. Aquaman is one of my 5 most hated comic book films of all time.
Really? Why?
I just hate it.
Oh.
I hate the color. I hate when Scorsese said theme park ride, that's what that movie was. It was Pirates of the Caribbean with Aquaman, dude.
Oh, that's actually an interesting point. I never thought of that.
Yep. Okay, Sean.
Well, both of these I just think are pretty mediocre. I do think Zack Snyder's Justice League is more well made, but I enjoyed Aquaman more, even though it's messy. I'll just go with Aquaman here, but it's not going to win this round though.
You're gonna go Aquaman, okay? I think Zack Snyder's Justice League is absolutely brilliant. I think it's one of the best. Oh, sorry. Who's next? Who's next? Superboy.
Wait. I thought you weren't gonna count Cole.
Oh no, I'm counting him after the Wonder Woman vote because
Okay.
I don't like the fact that Film Elitist brought him in just to fuck me up with Wonder Woman.
Okay.
I invited me before that, nerd man.
I know what he did. I know what he did. He thinks he's fucking clever. Anyway, Superboy.
In my opinion, the Snyder Cut is trash.
Oh jeez.
I pick Aquaman.
Pick Aquaman. K-Dots.
Man, why you guys see nerd man? You already know I'm gonna pick Aquaman.
Oh jeez.
Really?
Thank you.
Wow. Okay, so you can say your reasons, by the way, K-Dots, before I go on.
I mean, I'm not trying to bash any movies. I'm just gonna stay quiet this round. I'll say stuff for other rounds.
Okay. All right.
Whose vote didn't you count?
Oh, he hasn't gone yet himself.
I haven't gone myself.
Okay.
Okay, so
Thank God.
But it's about to be even if you vote.
I want to give Aquaman another chance. I really do, because I know so many people who like this movie, and I do kind of tend to respect their opinion. But I think it's a mess. I think the dialogue is terrible, and I think that last third act is just a CGI mess. That being said, I think it's got some of the most beautiful fucking scenery of underwater stuff. It was jaw-dropping. Quite honestly, jaw-dropping, and it was an achievement of itself. The other thing I'll say about Aquaman is, which is related to Zack Snyder's Justice League, I want to see not Zack Snyder's version, but whatever Aquaman story they had originally going that was supposed to come out of Zack Snyder's Justice League before they tried to turn Aquaman into Pirates of the Caribbean, MCU, whatever kind of thing. Whatever story that was seemed much more interesting to me in Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Too.
I don't know exactly what the details of it were, but it seemed a lot darker.
The concept of it was supposed to be that it was going to feature a lot of the Justice League characters. It was pretty much like Justice League Throne of Atlantis. It wasn't going to be really an Aquaman movie. He'd be at the center, but it was just going to be a Justice League movie at the end of the day. That was
really? No, because I heard it was like a horror movie. I heard it was.
No, that's the trench. That's what the trench was supposed to be, like a horror.
No. Honestly, that was why what's his name was so excited about it. James Wan, because he comes from horror, and he was like, yeah, he's gonna do like a horror version of Aquaman where like he's in like Atlantis, and he's facing all of these kind of horror monster kind of things. Like that's what I heard was the initial kind of pitch for him. And then if you add what was happening in Zack Snyder's Justice League, it did seem like it was like a little bit darker, but one thing I would have loved, which I'm glad that he did change, was that the visuals of Aquaman were extraordinary.
Yeah.
If you can marry those visuals with a good script, like hopefully in this next Aquaman film, I mean, you're talking a really, really great comic book movie.
I agree.
I think. I just thought the script let it down a lot. So Zack Snyder's Justice League, I think, is one of the greatest comic book movies of all time.
I definitely agree there.
It's not the best. It's not the best one, but it's one of the greatest ones, in my opinion.
Oh my goodness.
I think it has a couple of flaws there with the, with Darkseid forgetting where Earth was and stuff like that. Didn't really like the epilogue. Didn't like anything to do with Martian Manhunter. I thought the Martian Manhunter ruined one of the best scenes in the film. Sorry?
This was the concept I was talking about. Right. For the early, that y'all was... So, this was the early concept.
Well, as far as I know, it would have. Yeah,
Batman. It was going to end up being a Justice League movie at the end of the day. It's centered around Aquaman, but it was pretty much going to be Justice League Throne of Atlantis. Not exactly, but it would have ended up just being a Justice League movie, which I think would have done disservice to Aquaman.
It would have done a disservice, but look at the visuals, dude.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, yeah, it looks. Visually, this looks like a cool concept, but you gotta look at it. Aquaman at this point, we know he was a joke, right?
Yeah.
Well, people treat him as a joke. I didn't treat him as a joke. I thought Aquaman was always tight. Now, if you put into Justice League, obviously Superman, Flash, and all these other characters, they would have took spotlight from him. Because look at the Justice League Throne of Atlantis movie. I like the movie, but Aquaman isn't really the best part of that movie. I like Justice League Throne of Atlantis, but when the other Justice League members popped up, Superman, Batman, all of them, I was like, yo, is this an Aquaman movie anymore?
The way I took that visual is that was just going. Is that it wasn't like the Justice League were going to be the main characters of that movie. That would have just
not saying they're going to be main characters.
That would have just because one of the criticisms of like Thor 2 is that where the hell were the Avengers? This would have shown that the League is doing something, but it still would have focused on Aquaman. It was just more like a cameo. I don't think they would have been there for the whole movie.
Yeah, I'm not saying because not even in Justice Throne of Atlantis, they wasn't their whole movie, but when they popped up, they did take away from Aquaman. And if the movie was just solely about Aquaman, I think that was a good thing for it to be just solely about Aquaman.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. I would prefer if they had have gone
because Aquaman needed that.
If they go with the concept that it looks like they're doing in from that art, but had a focused completely solely on Aquaman. That would have been my best version of the movie. So somewhere in the middle, it seems to me. But I know that he also was talking about some horror vibe to it as well. But I don't like, let's put Batman in everything, because we don't believe in the characters enough. So let's put Batman in everything. So if that was the case, then I'm glad they.
I'm not saying that would have been a bad
I'm glad they focused more on Aquaman.
I'm not saying it's a bad concept. That would have been cool to see. But
it would have been cool, yeah.
It would have definitely took away from Aquaman if this did come to life. Would have been cool. But let's be real, we would have probably said like, yo, what Batman did in Aquaman's movie was tight.
Yeah. That being said, again, I do think Zack Snyder, the visuals, the Flash scene, the fact that it wasn't filled with all these obnoxious jokes, that they were taking the Justice League actually seriously.
But it still had humor in it.
And it still had humor in it, and it had that whole heart of like, a lot of people sleep on like this the Batman's arc in that movie, which I really liked, that he was like, I've actually got faith. Everyone's and rightly so, are talking about this Batman movie where he finds out at the end about how what he's been doing with this vengeance thing is just like, it's a terrible kind of thing, and that in fact he has to be more than that to his city. He has to be hope. And Zack Snyder did that in Zack Snyder's Justice League as well. It's like, this is a Batman who was like, he'd been just vengeance. He'd been just like going out there beating people. And he was like, no, actually, there's something more to this being a hero. And he found this kind of level of hope or faith in.
He was inspired by Superman, ironically.
And it was inspired by Superman. So again, I liked all of that stuff. So I'm voting for Zack Snyder's Justice League. Now, considering it's a tie, I'm going to go to an impartial judge to be able to, say which one wins. So I'm going to go to Jared on this one. Jared, sure? As the impartial judge, which one are you going to put through?
Now, okay, let me be clear. I love both movies. I was a big fan of Aquaman. Obviously, I'm a big fan of Snyder Cut. But honestly, really, when I think about it, of the two, which one's more meaningful to me, I'm going with Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Well, you've heard it yourself from the
man, submit that for it. Nah, don't add shit. Submit it down.
You've heard it yourself from the impartial judge.
Yeah.
And our man, trolling, right?
So, Thank
Oh
you
my
to the
goodness,
vote.
bro.
Thank you for everyone who voted on this. Now,
Oh my God.
Aquaman did win by 73%. It
We
was
have a
very
mystery
close.
voter.
It was a
Just no one
very
gets the
close.
extra vote, doesn't it?
It was a close vote.
I'm ashamed that I was a part of this now, honestly.
See?
It was a close
This is
vote.
trash.
I should have
No, I have to put
Alright,
I have to
alright.
put Aquaman through. Okay,
All
I don't
right.
mind
No,
it.
no,
I still liked
keep-
Aquaman.
No,
keep
it can go to the audience.
three.
It was tied.
No, it was
Actually-
70.
No,
It was
Nerman, I'm
70%
saying keep it
in favor of
tied.
Aquaman.
Can't you submit it while it's tied, or there has to be one over the other? Can't you submit it while it's tied?
I don't think you can.
Yeah, you can submit it while it's tied. Yeah.
But then there's no matchup. You, what the?
Yeah, you can't
Thanos,
do
what the
that.
fuck are you
Oh,
doing?
then
Yeah,
Put it
you
to
have
the fans.
No, it did. They
Oh, okay.
it was
Oh,
it was
they did. Okay.
77%,
All right.
or 73% for
No, that's fine.
Aquaman.
I can
So
accept defeat.
I can accept that, but I just think that's
what?
completely
Yeah,
wrong.
I agree. It was
Yeah,
fair to let,
I
it was
think-
fair to
I
let
think-
the fans vote.
Yeah, Aquaman is just not a better movie than Zack.
Not a
Even if
better
you
movie.
like it, even if you like it,
it's not a better
it's
movie.
just not a better movie. I'm sorry, that's crazy.
Darkseid
all right.
doesn't get beat up in our movie.
Yeah, but you're fucking
Darkseid's not in your movie, so you can't really compare.
Yeah.
See,
Anyway.
we had never let
Hey,
Aquaman be
hey,
a Darkseid
wait a
in our
second. Wait a second. The first thing you see of the main villain is him getting bodied in fucking Aquaman. So what are you talking about? He
We
gets
talking about
fucking
Orm?
bodied in the beginning.
No,
No,
he
not
doesn't.
Orm. Fucking Black Manta.
No, he doesn't.
Oh yeah, in the beginning in the submarine scene.
He doesn't have his suit.
He
He's just
gets
a regular
fucking
dude.
bodied.
Yeah. What'd you expect him to do?
Darkseid wasn't didn't have his full power.
Derman, Black Man doesn't have his armor. He's just a regular dude at that point. What's he
And-
gonna do?
And
He's a
wait
regular
a second,
dude.
wait a second. Darkseid was not a fucking, like the dark
Yes, he
side
was.
of the
He was
Yes,
No,
he
useless.
was.
he didn't
at
have
the
his
time.
Omega
No,
beams.
no,
He didn't have his-
have the
he
Omega
didn't-
effect
he
yet.
didn't have the
Called
Omega
him
beams.
Diana
He was
called him
evading
Darkseid.
walls.
She didn't say
He's still
useless.
dark side.
No, he's
She
now
did
no.
not. Did he have the Omega beams? So yes or no?
No,
No,
What is
but he
what
was
is
still
what is
glowing.
Darkseid's greatest
He's
weapon?
invading Earth.
it's Omega Beam.
What is?
They,
Wait,
all right,
wait.
and if that's the case, if that's the case,
Hello,
we
comic
could've
book
said-
fans. What is Darkseid's greatest weapon?
Nerdman.
What's his greatest weapon? We're asking?
Nerdman.
Omega.
If
Omega.
The
that's-
Omega beams. Did he
if
have those
he
Omega
had
beams
those-
during
No.
the fight
No, but he
with
still did what
Ares,
the dark side
fucking
does.
Zeus,
Derman,
and all of
Derman,
fucking
Derman.
all of the gods of the earth?
Darkseid lost to somebody who Wonder Woman one-shotted in her movie.
She didn't
with a lightning
one-shot.
bolt.
He didn't
He threw
one-shot
her
him.
around.
She
Holy
obliterated
shit.
him. She obliterated him with a thunderbolt.
She did not one-shot anybody.
She did
But
not
she-
one-shot
She
him.
called on
She
the power of
obliterated-
fucking
she-
love, dude, and like
Oh,
fucking went,
well, she obliterated
super-
him with
she
love.
went
She
Super
obliterated him
Saiyan,
with
dude.
love.
She went Super Saiyan, dude.
No,
you can't
she-
fucking compare
You
that.
can't tell one shot. What are you talking about? Darkseid would have one shot at Orm.
Dude, in the end of the day, he was fighting all of the gods.
Yes.
Why, how's that a fucking bad thing to take an L to?
He was fighting
Fucking
like three.
Zeus,
He fought
Zeus,
3
He
Uh,
fought Ares, dog. He
Actually,
got
two.
wrecked.
Just Zeus and Ares. He fought 2.
Zeus and Ares. Yeah, the king of the gods and fucking Ares, the
Mind
god
you,
of
he
war.
killed a
Bugs had
freaking
that
Green
one
Lantern.
Nerman,
Yeah.
Nerman. Darkseid's first live action movie appearance is him losing on screen. The first thing you see, he loses.
Stop with the
Thank you.
bullshit. The first thing you see of the villain in Aquaman, he loses.
Yeah, which
Yes
is
or
fine.
no?
Yeah, because it makes sense. Because
Yeah,
that's,
that's
his
fine.
First thing you see of the
I didn't
villain
want him
in
to
Man of
kick Aquaman's ass at the beginning of the movie. He was just a regular
First thing you
dude.
see in Man of Steel, fucking Zod getting his ass kicked. Everyone says he's the best villain in fucking DC.
DC.
He's not the best villain.
Yeah.
Doesn't
I
the
don't
villain
think so.
in
I don't think
Aquaman?
so.
Doesn't the villain Aquaman get
Zod
get,
isn't
like,
Nerman. Zod is not Darkseid. You gotta treat Darkseid with more respect than Darkseid.
Why?
Is,
This
Darkseid
wasn't
is Darkseid.
Darkseid. He was Euxis. Even Snyder, in fact, confirmed that at that point he was Euxis. Because here's the difference: when you saw him in the nightmare scene in
Not
the
in the
middle of the
film.
reviving Superman, his eyes were glowing, and he used the Omega beams to cut
Euxis, Darkseid,
a dude in half.
Right, he
Right.
was badass in that scene. He was fucking murking.
Nowhere in the
He
people.
was,
Yeah,
but that scene.
that
I gotta
was
say that
exciting.
scene was the best part of BVS.
But
Wasn't that
here's the thing.
BVS?
No,
Nowhere,
that was,
nowhere in that
that was
movie.
Justin, that was great, dude. I like
Nowhere
that.
Oh,
because
he was
nowhere in the
trash.
movie is that articulate because the Russo brothers do the same shit, and I get on them for it. These directors like to not explain shit in the movie, and they run to interviews and say, "Oh, here I'm just explaining the whole scene for you."
Dude, it's explained in the movie. Forget the Euxis stuff.
He didn't have the eyes.
He didn't have the Omega beams.
His eyes
and
were
then
not glowing.
later he had the Omega beams, and he fucking killed Wonder Woman. He fucking murked fucking Aquaman and
with
a
his
bunch
own
of
trident.
Atlanteans. Right? What do you want? How more badass?
And
can
he
you get?
dominated the will of Superman.
He dominated the will of Superman.
He's literally looking at a portal. He's looking at this. No, wait. This This is the bullshit. Darkseid lost on Earth, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's allowing Steppenwolf to steal the glory that he should be doing. Darkseid should be the one trying to take over.
Darkseid always does. He sends Steppenwolf ahead of time.
No.
For him.
Darkseid lost on planet Earth. Darkseid should be the one uniting the boxes to trying to take his glory back. So if Steppenwolf is the one who takes over Earth and activates the box and do all that.
All right, here's the problem with that. And remember, you're forgetting the huge plot hole, which I'll admit is a plot hole, of Darkseid not remembering Earth. What was the answer? Because remember, when Steppenwolf told him that Earth was the planet that that defeated him, Darkseid immediately said, "I'm coming. Prepare for my arrival."
I'm gonna step over the bones of 6 billion people. The guy was
he was gonna come. He was gonna come after the whole planet got obliterated.
I'll tell you what your argument is. They didn't do it like the MCU. That's what you're saying.
No. They didn't do it like
Thanos. So it's fucking.
They didn't show Thanos get beat up in his first sequence.
Thanos' introduction in Infinity War was fucking trash. That fucking fight with Hulk was trash.
Hulk should have thrown him around.
Him body
bullshit.
Thanos making Hulk his
beat the Hulk with a fucking Ultimate Warrior move.
Right,
like he lightly throws the Hulk down to the ground. It was
Thanos is not that powerful without the gauntlet. Thanos' whole thing. Everyone acts like Thanos is a big badass when he has the gauntlet.
Exactly. There's no way Hulk should have been taken out like that.
Hulk should have puny god him.
Hulk is he's a dumb creature. He don't know how to fight.
Let's not forget. We know Iron Man beat Hulk.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Why don't you go on like those movies are trash then? Why don't you go on like those movies are trash when Iron Man
Avengers 2 is trash.
What about Avengers when Iron Man beats fucking when Iron Man's going one-on-one with fucking Thor?
That's trash too. He should have been fucking.
That wasn't trash. That was good.
He should have been
obliterated. That wasn't trash. See, that wasn't trash.
I'm not saying. I'm saying it's trash. He should have been obliterated.
When Zeus, the king of the fucking gods, beat fucking Darkseid, that's bad. That's terrible.
Yeah, that's
Movies
bad.
No.
The gods were essentially the Justice League of the time.
The problem is, this is Darkseid's very first appearance on screen ever. In a movie, live action, and you depict Darkseid, one of DC's most epic villains. And he loses. And then he's not even the one coming to take back his glory himself. Because if Steppenwolf succeeded, he already did his job. He's gonna come to a ruined planet and get
That's what Darkseid does.
Yeah, and I want to add one more thing to this.
That
was gonna pay off in the third movie.
Yes, exactly. Thank you, Nerd Man.
Pay off in the third movie when fucking all the people of Earth, like the armies of Earth, the armies of the Atlanteans, the armies,
the Green Lantern Corps,
Amazons, the Green Lantern Corps, all of that. We're gonna go and fight. We're gonna fight fucking.
That was trash.
How's that trash? That would have been epic.
I read it. It was trash.
Ready the Armada. We will use the old ways.
Look, that would have been cool to see,
and it would have mirrored that first scene.
That's the point of it.
Where the Justice League are taking over from the gods, right? Like, and they're leading the way for all the Atlanteans and the Amazons and everything like that. That would have been tight.
But that has nothing to do with.
So that is completely worth it. He wasn't trash. He killed Aquaman. He killed fucking Wonder Woman. In
a future sequence that didn't happen yet.
Can I jump in here?
Film Elite is gone, please.
I just want to admit something. I've been hating on the Snyder Cut from the beginning because I didn't like the way the fans act. But I actually like that movie. I'm not joking.
Oh my god!
Hey,
Here's the thing. Here's the thing. One more point I will say.
I don't know
Yes,
what
in the
just
beginning
happened.
it starts.
My mind just melted. What did you just say?
Hang on. Here's one more point I'll make. So, yes, it starts with Darkseid losing in the beginning, but what happens the next appearance of Darkseid? What happens? He kills Aquaman, he kills Wonder Woman, and he takes over Superman. And then at the end of it, he goes, okay, now I'm going to take this into my own hands. Because remember, Thanos worked from the shadows too. He worked through his intermediate agents. Then when he saw it wasn't going to work, he goes, fine, I'll do this myself.
Right. And then he did it. He pretty much got all the stones by himself.
Yeah, you're right.
Look,
yeah,
I'll
you're
admit,
right.
his minions was trash.
Yeah,
Yeah, but that took 4 movies, dude.
That took
It
4
didn't
movies.
happen in
This
in
would
the
happen in
first
less
movie.
time.
But
Can you please move on, please?
But when they introduced
let's move on
Thanos,
after.
when they
Let's move on
introduced
after.
Thanos, he didn't lose. He didn't get beat up by nobody. Yes, he was in the shadows. I'm fine with Darkseid being in the shadows, but don't show Darkseid get his ass whooped for his first live action movie appearance.
All right, fine.
All right.
Hey, look,
we will never
Nerd-
agree on
Nerdman,
that.
I'll say this.
We're not going to agree. We should move on. It's true.
I'm with
But
you,
I can't
Nerdman.
believe
I
what
got you,
fucking
buddy.
Film Elitist just said right now. Like,
Yeah,
wait,
I'm still
what?
like, what?
Huh?
Are
Yeah,
you're
15
trolling
cents.
right now? Are you trolling
No,
right now?
I
You
am.
serious?
But listen, I do want to say one thing.
Okay.
I've come around to the idea that it's not as bad of a movie as I thought it was.
Okay.
No, it's
Okay.
bad.
It's better than
You should
BBS.
watch it again. It's bad.
It's better than
Okay.
BBS. I'll say much.
All right. Let's
They
go.
both trash.
Birds of Prey versus
Nah,
Wonder
Wonder
Woman.
Woman.
And
Is anyone going to vote for Birds of Prey?
I'm gonna put a poll up.
Really? Why you put a poll up? We all know Wonder Woman going to win.
Yeah, Birds of Prey, really?
Yeah,
Uh,
but
That should
Poll
be an
is up.
automatic disqualification.
Nerdman, I know. Look, Nerdman, I know you don't dislike Birds.
I'm
of Prey.
gonna
Don't you vote for Birds of Prey?
vote for Birds of Prey. Here.
Oh hell no!
No, I'm
Because
fucking-
you're not
I'm
Yeah, I'm
joking,
like,
I'm
what? I'm like, wait, you just lost. I don't care if you like the Snyder Cut. You just lost all credibility.
No, I'm joking. It's definitely Wonder Woman, but I don't think Birds of Prey is as bad as people make out. I watched it
It's
the
bad.
other
It
day.
was.
I think it's
It's the
about as
worst.
good as the Suicide Squad. Honestly, I'm not.
It's the
The
worst.
Suicide Squad is a
Set
little
on
bit better
fire.
because of the action, but that's it.
facts.
Look,
It's got
Garbage.
the same humor as the fucking
But I'm
Suicide
like,
Squad.
here's my problem with it.
the
Okay,
Suicide
so
Squad has a more consistent story.
They
And like,
ruined
yeah,
his
and
character
wait a
like
second.
Black Mask.
So one of your characters is a metahuman that can use sonic screams and everything, and you only use it once,
And then she
Yep.
passed out.
and she passed out. Really? That is in no way Black Canary.
You
I'm
trust
a
that
fan
one
of
Black
Black
Mask.
Canary. That is in no way
Yeah,
that.
that was trash. That was trash. That was.
Everyone picked his
I'm not
ass.
saying the
Wait,
movie was
bro.
great. I'm
Sandra
just saying
Kane.
it's not like it's not like fucking Captain Marvel to me. It's not like some of the worst. You know, like it's fine. I don't think it should exist. That's my personal thing.
We agree there.
I don't know why you would make Birds of Prey at that particular juncture. I don't think it was like.
I don't know why you make Birds of Prey but market as a Harley Quinn movie.
He should have
Oh
been
yeah,
Gotham City
Harley Quinn
Sirens.
and the blah 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 of the Birds of Prey.
I don't know
Alright,
why you would
so-
make that movie at all.
Yeah, me
Yeah,
too.
no.
I
don't
watched the
really
Birds
get
of
it.
Prey movie, but that wasn't Birds of Prey.
Yeah, Batgirl should be in the team.
That was the Harley
They
Quinn.
should have had a Catwoman and fucking if they were
Yeah,
going to
Gotham
do
City
any
Sirens.
theme,
It should have been
if they
Gotham
were
City
going to
Sirens.
do if they were going to do any female team up, it should have
Person
been.
of
But I don't think that you needed a female team up movie right then.
No, you
That
didn't.
didn't make sense. You needed like a Green Lantern or something like that, like at that point. But let's go on to the next person. So, Jared, I take it you're voting
Wonder Woman. There's no. there's-
Next, yeah, go on.
No, I was like, did you really have to ask me which one I'm gonna pick?
No,
Yeah, all of us
that
gonna
makes
pick
sense.
Wonder
Hey
Woman.
man, you might shock us, man. Nerdman almost did. He's gonna vote Birds of Prey.
Yeah, I was like, wait a second here, dude.
So I'm gonna send who's come up now? Somebody else has come up.
All right, film the leaders. Let's see who are you gonna vote for.
Who's this? Who's this?
It's MCU Shield.
Hello, who is it?
Film
Probably
elitist, bro.
Oh, it's you. Oh, okay. You switched your avatar. All right.
What are you gonna say, bro?
Who's next? Who's
Yeah.
next?
Of the two, which one did you enjoy more?
Is it my turn?
Yeah,
Yeah, I think it's your
Oh,
turn. yeah.
okay. Wonder Woman.
thank you. If any of you
Good.
pick Birds of Prey, I'm not taking your opinions on anything.
Hey,
All right, so Wonder Woman gets 3. All right. Who's next? Sorry, because I'm on the other screen. So Wonder Woman? Yeah. Okay.
Well, oh, wait, no, I voted. Was Sean supposed to go next? Because Superboy talked before Sean. And he voted.
I can't see. All right, I'll go because obviously you guys can't figure it out. But Sean,
Let Sean vote first. Take that vote back. Let Sean vote first, and then.
Okay. Well, I mean, Birds of Prey is fucking terrible, but I mean, I like it more than Wonder Woman.
Oh boy.
You know, maybe if the actual winner went through as it should have, then I would have voted for the other.
This is the guy
Okay,
that
right.
thinks that A24 makes the best movies of all
Oh, they
time.
do. What do you want me to say,
He
Jared?
like La La Land. Remember that, guys. He like La La Land.
Is that Onzo?
I've got somebody else who's sensible here. So Onzo's.
Thanks, Alonzo.
Yeah, good.
Glad you're here, bro. We need some
Okay, good.
speaking facts around here.
All right,
fuck.
so
It's my turn.
Yeah, it's your turn, Superboy.
It's Wonder Woman, of course.
Okay, good. And who's last? K-Dots?
Wonder Woman.
Yeah, there you go.
Then it's Film Elitist.
Wonder Woman.
Yeah, and Onzo.
What are we doing?
Birds of Prey versus Wonder Woman.
Which is better? Which is worse?
Yeah, which is better.
Which is better? Birds of Prey.
Oh, geez.
I'm joking. I'm joking. Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman.
Thank you.
Wonder Woman.
What the hell?
All right,
How's the
Wonder
poll
Woman
look?
moves on. Wonder Woman's winning by 75%. I'm going to end
It
poll
better be
there.
more of that.
Yeah, so we have next
this is an interesting
Batman
one.
v
Oh my
Superman
god, two trash movies.
versus Man of
Oh,
Steel.
jeez.
Easy.
Two trash
easy.
garbage movies.
I'm going to start first.
Jesus
Okay, go ahead.
I like Batman v Superman more.
Me too.
Now, I'm not going to, look, I actually genuinely think it's a better movie. I like the politics. I like the kind of philosophical element of it. I think it's better written pretty much all through. It has less plot holes than Man of Steel actually does. There are some glaring flaws, obviously. Not the biggest fan of the depiction of Superman here. I do think Jesse Eisenberg was miscast, although I do like the dialogue of Lex Luthor, and I do get him a little bit more than most people do. I think they were going for it was Superman Birthright version of Lex Luthor.
Yeah, it actually is based on comics.
So I liked it. I think that especially like with the politics and the philosophical element of it, I don't find it pretentious at all. I thought it was quite interesting. And better done than Man of Steel. So next, Jared.
All right, so I like both these movies, but I will admit that Man of Steel is the weakest of the Snyder movies. Plus, I absolutely love the depiction of Batman in this universe. Speaking of characters that go through an arc, because he goes through his own little arc there. Remember, he says we have to kill Superman. There's a 1% chance you can turn good bad. And then at the end of the movie, he's like, he turns to Wonder Woman. He goes, I failed him. Help me find the others like him so I don't fail him again. And then we have the warehouse scene for where he beats the crap out of those criminals. We have Wonder Woman's entrance, which that's my other. The one problem I have with this movie is the marketing, because can you imagine the theatrical action, the theatrical response if they had not put Wonder Woman in any of the trailers? If they had just said, okay, so Gal Gadot's in this movie, no one knew she was playing Wonder Woman, and then Wonder Woman shows up.
Yeah, that would have been much better. It's true, because there were cheers. That was one of the big moments of cheers in when I went to see it, was when Wonder Woman showed up. Actually,
and the thing about it is that my three favorite comic book characters of all time are Superman, Batman, and Wonder Woman. And then it was like one of the greatest moments of my life when I saw all three of those characters together in a movie for the first time, and I was like, Oh my gosh, I never thought I'd see this.
And Wonder Woman beating Doomsday's ass. I fucking loved it.
That would realistically happen.
But we're gonna be a voice in two voices in an ocean. I think I have a sneaking suspicion here. But Jard, good. You put the good case
One
forward.
more thing.
Anyway,
the Ultimate Edition. I'm coming from the Ultimate Edition. The theatrical version of BVS didn't make sense.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so next, Sean.
Well, this is shit versus shit. Old visuals, no substance. I mean, I did watch the other version of BVS. I mean, it was slightly better. Made it like a 3 out of 10 instead of a 2 out of 10. Still pretty shit though. Yeah, I'll go with Man of Steel.
Okay. I love the way you don't have any argument for anything you ever say. You just go
I don't want to spend forever saying my argument.
You would know. I could give you 20 minutes and you still wouldn't come up with an anyway. K-Dots, go.
Man of Steel. Easy Man of Steel. It's not as messy as BVS. You have scenes like the first flight. Clark going around saving people in the beginning of the film. Zod as a villain, impressive. That speech he gives as he's picking up that dirt of the earth and everything. Man, that shit was epic.
I'll take Batman fucking in the warehouse over any of that shit.
Oh yes, the warehouse scene. Because you know what that was, right? That was a live action version of the Arkham games.
Yeah. So anyway, all right. Superboy. Is it next? No, it's Elitist, right?
I think it's Elitist.
Yeah, it's Man of Steel for me. I don't love that movie by any stretch of the imagination, but Batman v Superman is one of my 10 least favorite comic book films. I think it's really trash. It really is a 4 out of 10.
Fair enough. Do you not like any of the political and philosophical kind of things?
I was going to say that I respect Zack Snyder for trying to do things in that movie. I just think that he's not a guy that can achieve them.
I'll give you this, that I think, like, you know, looking at Matt Reeves' movie, that I can see that, you know, with a better writer and a better, you know, someone who's like better at the writing, you can do certain things that he was trying to do in BVS and in Man of Steel a lot better, essentially. Yeah. But you can't take away the visuals as well, and the fact that it felt like a graphic novel. I felt
it did. It felt like The Dark Knight Returns.
But I have a lot of problems with Lex Luthor in that movie. I mean, he's one of my least favorite. He might be my least favorite villain ever in a comic book film. I'm not joking.
That's crazy.
He was grinding my ears to bleed every time I heard him speak, dude. I dreaded it and I resented it. I hate that performance. It is so shit. And at the end, when he what's that?
You gotta dread it.
Don't you think that was what he was supposed to do? I mean, he was supposed to be somebody you fucking hated, like, because he's just like somebody you want to punch in the nose, like, because he's a little, you know.
Yeah, but I didn't just want him to punch him in the nose. I wanted to never hear him speak again because the writing was also so terrible.
I don't think the writing was terrible at all for that.
His motivations are ridiculous and reductionist, dude.
I'm with you, nerd man. I'm with you. You're not alone.
I think the way. Anyway, I'll talk about it maybe a bit later. But like, let's go for Anza's vote.
Oh, it's Batman versus Superman all day, every day, bro.
Oh gosh, Hanzo.
Thank you.
100%. Ben Affleck. That scene, like you guys talk about the warehouse scene, that scene is better than anything that was in.
And the Wonder Woman theme, just the theme alone.
When it first hits, absolutely, 100%. Now, does it have a problem? Absolutely, it has a problem. I don't think Doomsday should have been in that movie. I really don't think Doomsday should have been in that movie. But to me, I think we got the best Batman with Ben Affleck. You know what I mean? Henry Cavill is a pretty good fucking Superman as well. And there's certain things in that movie, man, where Batman says, "Do you bleed?" I love that scene. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yes.
All right. I'm gonna do something nice for y'all. You know, for y'all BVS appreciations, and BVS might win.
Breathe it in. That's fear.
I love
Yeah,
that.
no.
Like, Batman beats the crap out of Superman.
No, that's my least favorite action scene in that
Really?
movie. I thought that was
Yeah,
preposterous.
that warehouse scene was
Superman
better than
versus-
that Batman and Superman fight.
The warehouse scene and the Trinity fight was much better for me. Like,
I'll
honestly,
give you that. Yes, it's
like-
it's of the three, that's my least favorite.
Yeah. That being said, I do think I understand people's problems with BVS. I really do. I get it, but I think that they're exaggerating certain elements of it because there was a lot of good in that movie.
So how you doing the tiebreakers, nerd?
It looks like Man of Steel's winning by 67% in the vote. So Man of Steel goes forward. Perhaps. Yeah, I know. I don't understand people's love affair with Man of Steel. Honestly, I really don't.
So can I go first on this one?
Yeah.
Sure.
Shazam all the fucking way. That Batman movie is a hot fucking mess. I hate it, and I will pick Birds of Prey over the Batman if you have that. Oh,
jeez. That's how you know if you don't like a movie.
So put me down for Shazam.
All right. I'm going to the chat with this: the Batman versus Shazam.
I know it ain't gonna win.
I'll let it go from the bottom because this one's actually pretty hard for me, surprisingly. But from the bottom, Film Elitist.
This is easy, bro.
Dude.
Elitist.
Yeah.
Oh, it's me?
Yeah,
why am I going first? I thought we were going in order. Shit, sorry.
Oop, we went from the bottom.
Backwards.
The Batman.
Do you want to give some reasons?
Yeah, Shazam is mediocre. It's like 7 out of 10 for me at best. I think more like a 6. The Batman is like a 9, dude.
You could go fuck yourself. I'm gonna vote for Shazam just for that, you son of a bitch. Anyway, next. Did you have anything else to say? Or was that it? Because
I have a lot to say about. I have a lot to say about the Batman, but I'm just gonna make a video about it.
Okay. All right. Cool. K-Dots.
You know I love both these movies, but the Batman. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Disown him, nerd man.
Oh wait, there's one for Shazam. I forgot.
Yeah.
All right. Sean.
Batman.
I thought you said Shazam's the best movie out of all of them.
I forgot Batman was there. They're about tied. This should have been the finals, but yeah, I mean Batman slightly.
Mm-hmm. I wish Shazam
we're voting for Batman is Joker on here.
Yeah, Joker's here. I wish Shazam had easier competition though, man. That kind of annoys me. But anyway,
you gave the wrong vote,
Jared.
All right. Now, again, I enjoy both of these movies, but when I really think about it, when I think about which movie did I enjoy more, did I have more of a fun time, I have to go with Shazam.
Yes, Jared.
Yeah, Jared.
Jared, my man.
I had more fun watching Shazam. I genuinely had so much fun with that movie.
Wow, this is interesting. So it comes back to me. Look.
Don't be stupid, man.
No, it is tough for me because I really love Shazam. I think it's one of the best origin movies of all time. I think, especially if you're going by comic accuracy and serving, it's much like Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman did this as well. Like, there's a lot of different iterations of Shazam, and this was managed to find the perfect balance to appease like New 52 fans, to appease golden era fans of Shazam as well. It had that great family aspect message to it as well. I really, really adore this movie. I think it's a really great origin movie. Amongst the origin movies, at least, it's one of the best ones of all time. and does there's so much little Easter eggs. I can't believe they actually put fucking Mr. Mind in it. I was like, fuck, Mr. Mind, are you kidding me? I loved it, dude. That being said, the Batman is it's a work of art, dude. It really is. I'm sorry. I like it is. It is one of the best comic book movies of all time.
I will give you that.
It's unique. The detective aspect of it, like adding that, and the way it thinks about the character of the Batman as well, you know, and really kind of, you know, takes time to meditate on what that kind of person might be in real life. I think it even surpasses in some ways what Nolan did in that sense. I think it really does a deep dive into what, you know, this Batman, what a Batman could be if he were in a real world, like kind of thing. And I love the Riddler. I think the Riddler is an excellent villain. I think fucking Penguin. I mean, what an awesome performance.
Colin Farrell's. By the way, so
yeah,
I kind of want to change my vote. Is that allowed?
No,
I'm gonna send it to the chat. I'm gonna send it to the chat.
And by the way,
no, Batman got 4 votes, bro. Nerdman,
yeah,
you, me,
Batman
Sean.
It gets one more vote.
Yeah, the Batman wins, bro.
Let me see what the chat is saying first.
Okay. Oh, you motherfucker! You playing this?
Well, the chat. Look, no, the
wants
chat
to
is
come
saying
in, so
62% anyway.
You should let Paul come in and make a vote. He wants to come in and make a vote on this one.
Oh, okay. All right, I can bring Paul in.
Yeah, he should get the vote on this one. That will be the tiebreaker.
But Paul's gonna fuck everything up. I really don't. He's hate and shit. I swear to God, him and his fucking hate, bro.
Oh man, if this were Morbius, it would sweep this entire contest, right, Cole?
Oh yeah, Morbius was way better than the Batman. Hands down.
Yeah, Morbius is a masterpiece.
I don't think Morbius was that good.
Yeah. So we'll wait for Paul to come in, but I've got 3-3, and then I've got the.
And can I change my vote?
You're changing your vote.
Yeah, to Batman. You convinced me. I want to change my vote to Batman.
Yeah. So.
God damn it.
It's not better than Shazam is not better than Batman.
Nerdman, it's 5-1, not 4-2.
Why is it 5-1?
Everyone but Onzo now has voted for the Batman.
No, I thought Sean voted for Shazam.
No, he voted for the Batman.
Sean voted for Batman.
Oh, did he?
Mm-hmm.
I swear there was another Shazam vote.
You even listen to your fucking chat?
Oh, okay. Cool. Paul, what's up, dude? What's going down in Australia, bro?
Not much, man. Not much. End of the workday.
Sorry, Paul. I tried to get you in here before they've changed the vote so that we can.
It's I think you might be surprised at what I was going to vote for, but it doesn't really matter anymore. So we'll go to the next one.
What were you going to vote for?
I was going to vote for the Batman.
God damn it!
All right.
All right.
No, Shazam's a fucking excellent movie, but like,
what the fuck? Did you change your mind? Did you change your mind on the Batman, bro?
I'll talk more about it after on a special live stream with Pickle and Jess after we've watched it again.
But you haven't seen it again, but you changed your mind?
I've been thinking about. Well, I saw Morbius, so that should tell you everything I need to know about the Batman.
Yeah, compared to that one, it's like
Morbius was so bad it changed your mind.
Yeah, it did. It did. I was like, I'm complaining too much about movies. I am. It reset my critic mind. It was like, oh man, I'm complaining too much. When something like this comes along, it shakes you to your soul.
I just love how he said, well, I saw Morbius, so
I thought you would have seen the Batman again before making that vote. Anyway, so
no,
Batman...
I told Jess I'd watch it with her again, so like she hasn't seen it yet. So
anyway, the Batman goes through, rightly so, in my opinion. It's one of the best comic book movies of all time. So it really is. I'm sorry. All right, so we've got Joker versus Aquaman, and we're going to put this to the vote. Batman won by 70%, by the way, at the end of the poll. I'm glad that Shazam has some love, though, with 30% of you, because it deserves it.
Film.
I think it's more than a good film. I think it's a great film, and
it was unfortunately matched.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It was an unfortunate matchup.
I'm not a big fan of Shazam. I just like it better than the Batman.
I think it's really good. I think it's a really sweet, heartfelt movie as well. It's like just fun for the family. You can just sit there and watch it with anyone.
Two,
so the MCU.
So should I start off? Joker, fucking Joker. I mean, like, I'm sorry. Even if you dislike Joker, like, or you have problems with elements of, is it the Joker? Isn't it the Joker? Whatever argument the central performance alone by Joaquin Phoenix is better than everything in Aquaman. And Aquaman's script is terrible. The only thing it's got going for it is great visuals, and it does have some great action sequences as well. But why do I care about the action sequences when you've given me very little reason to care about the characters involved in the action sequences? So I can't see how anyone can come away saying Aquaman, but I'll see what everyone has to say. Nothing surprises me with this community. So, Jared.
I'm going Joker because I liked the whole. What sold it for me is Joaquin Phoenix is the Joker, because even before he was cast as the Joker, my mom and I were watching Gladiator, and she turns to me and she goes, "You know what? He'd be a good Joker," and he was a good Joker. And then there was this scene that really messed with my mind. I felt was really effective and really interesting. Was when you find out that he had imagined like he had the girlfriend. He was a comedian. In other words, that was all in his head. Then he's straight up off the dude on TV, and then they tie in the origin of the Batman. So I'm like, oh, okay, this is really cool. I like how they put everything together and all goes full circle. So I'm going Joker of the two. I still enjoyed Aquaman, but Joker.
Sean. Yeah.
Okay. Sure. Well, these are about even for me for different reasons. I mean, Joker's better made, but I enjoyed Aquaman more. I'll go with Aquaman though, because at least for what it was decent. Joker's the most pretentious film ever made.
So anything that has any kind of intellectual commentary in a comic book is. Can I? Because I really want to get because you always say anything like any movie that is a superhero movie that has any kind of intellectual discussion in it.
It's just a retread of the intellectual discussion from Taxi Driver and King of Comedy. That's all.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't. It's a completely different discussion.
It's the same thing.
That Taxi Driver doesn't have that discussion at all.
It's just a one bad day. It's just
no, it isn't. The Taxi Driver isn't about one bad day. Anyway, and neither is the King of Comedy. So it was a completely different thing about mental health, and it takes from both of those movies aesthetically, but it doesn't take from it in terms of
pathetically. It does pathetically. I agree with you there.
Okay. All right. Anyway, all right. Good. You'll get your chance. So
this coming
so you had your chance.
Who watches A24 movies?
Well, I'm just responding to what you're saying because that's just not true. Like Taxi
me,
Driver
that's Sean.
Yeah, but you just said Taxi Driver has the same themes. It doesn't.
This is one bad day.
It's a better movie. If you want to say it's a better movie, yeah, I'll agree with you. But I'm not. It's not got the same theme as Joker.
I'm saying it's a better movie, and I don't like Scorsese. So
good. All right. We've got Elitist.
Oh, it's no. There couldn't be easier matchup. It's Joker. I think that movie's a masterpiece. I don't want to get into it, but yeah. And I despise Aquaman.
Yep. Okay. Now we've got the two haters here. Onzo.
Oh, it's Aquaman all day, every day.
Oh,
that Joker movie was boring. It was trash. Wasn't even a Joker movie. It could have been any movie. That movie was it was written for a dude with a mental disorder, and they figured it could make more money if they slapped the Joker name on it. That's what that movie was.
By the way, people on the panel are voting. So if you want, Jard, you just throw in your vote for the Joker, and you two elitists, because I know people on the panel are voting. So
I'm not voting.
Thanks, guys. Don't fucking lie.
I'm not
Don't
voting.
fucking lie,
I'm
bro.
not voting. I'm playing 2K right now. You want to see?
No, I don't want. I don't need to see.
What are you talking? Wait, what are you saying?
He's saying people on the panel are voting, and I'm like,
oh, there's an audience. Oh, I got it on full screen, so
Yeah, I've got mine on one monitor because I'm out of my room at the moment, so I can't vote.
I'm playing 2K, so I ain't even
Voting on
looking
what,
at this
Nerdman?
On the Aquaman
He's just upset. Whatever
That
the
Aquaman.
whatever, I don't even know what the
That's what he
percent
said
is.
when the
But
Suicide Squad won it.
obviously the percent is high against Joker at the moment, and he's upset about that.
Yeah,
I'm not upset about anything, man.
And you know what it
I
is?
don't care if it wins.
The chat's going to decide this, so you're angry about it because it is Aquaman. Joker, I agree with Ned. Listen. I like the Joker film. It made me feel a certain type of way. But the critique Enzo just gave is completely true. It's not a Joker film unless you put Joker on it and he puts his makeup on in the end. He could be anybody. He could have done all of that without saying, call me Joker when you announce me. He could have just done that.
It doesn't take away from the quality of the rest of the movie.
It's not the
and that's what I'm
Joker.
trying to say.
It's not a Joker film.
Doesn't matter. It doesn't take away from the quality of the movie and what it's trying to say.
And they never said it was an origin movie for the actual comic Joker.
Of course they didn't, because they don't want to commit to anything, because Warner Brothers doesn't want to commit to anything, because Warner Brothers doesn't know what the hell they're doing at the moment, or ever.
They don't know what the hell they're doing. It just made $1 billion. But they don't know what the hell they're doing.
Why is this going to the chat?
Yeah, it's going to the chat, because I say Aquaman.
What the fuck, Paul?
Yeah, I say Aquaman.
You don't possibly really believe that.
No, Aquaman is actually fun. I watched it again with my dad, and I had a really good time with it.
Yeah, that's not a bad
It's a fun movie. It's just a fun adventure film.
The poll closes in, let's say, a couple of minutes. It's 50-50 at the moment.
And it's not $1 billion movie. They've made $700 million.
What do you mean? It made $1 billion. What are you talking
The Batman has not made $1 billion.
I didn't say the Batman. I'm talking about Joker.
Oh, yeah, Joker. Who cares?
Yeah,
Aquaman make $2 billion.
Joker wins by 53%.
Thank you.
He got people to vote. That's what happened.
Yeah.
I didn't get anyone to vote.
Yeah,
I can't vote.
You can, but you were telling those guys to, hey guys, go vote, you know?
Hey, Pickle, I voted for the Batman. You should have respect for me. I voted for it over Shazam. So
all right, here we go.
Wonder Woman. Respect for me, but your boy Paul said the
Wonder
same thing.
Woman versus Man of Steel.
I gotta go Wonder Woman on this one.
Yeah, I'm going Wonder Woman. Look, the fact of the matter is, it's more respectful of the Wonder Woman character, and the only thing that Man of Steel has over it is it's got better action. Like, that's it. Like, the action is bigger.
Yeah.
That outside of that, I think Wonder Woman has like more heart. It's got a better message. It's better scripted. It's got humor, heart. It's just it was a more enjoyable movie, and I wasn't frustrated by fucking Hippolyta telling Wonder Woman to kill kids or let kids die. So that's my opinion on that. Jared, you're going Wonder Woman?
Between the two, I liked Wonder Woman more. That as much as I'm a fan of Zack Snyder and Superman, I just enjoyed Wonder Woman more.
Yep. Next. Is it
me or Cole?
Yeah,
I think it's Cole.
Oh,
Sean.
Yeah, I mean, it's Man of Steel between the two.
Okay.
Enzo, do the right thing.
Enzo.
It's Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman was better than Man of Steel.
Okay. And Paul.
Yeah, as I think on these movies, Wonder Woman, it nudges out Man of Steel because of what they did to Jonathan Kent. If Jonathan Kent's sacrilege wasn't in that film, I would vote for Man of Steel, because Man of Steel, that scene where he first flies, is one of the greatest scenes ever put to film. It's amazing. It gives me goosebumps every time I watch it. And that score behind it is the Hans Zimmer score while he's flying into the sky. It's amazing. No Man's Land does so well. That the fight where where she goes into town and she kicks the crap out of all the German soldiers. That's amazing. It's a great scene. But I challenge you with him versus Freya in Smallville, which was a fire scene. We'd never seen superpowered beings fight like that on screen ever before. And that's why it was groundbreaking stuff to me. I don't care about these 9/11
I don't either.
Metropolis stuff, all that crap. I just care about the action, and the action was really good in those scenes.
Yeah, but he should have saved more people, or at least attempted to save people. Like that was what bothered me. Like where he jumped over that truck.
Yeah. There's the two main critiques. The Jonathan Kent stuff was stupid because you see him in a scene later and he reveals himself to all those miners on the rig, saving them. And it's like, so your father died for no reason. It's so stupid. But so that's why I hate it. But Wonder Woman made me cry in the cinema. That trench scene, that No Man's Land scene actually made me like,
that Warner Brothers one to cut.
Yeah. And it was and Patty Jenkins fought for it. Good on her. I love that for her.
All right.
Hashtag Zack Snyder had nothing to do with Wonder Woman. Thank you.
Cool. And let's see what the vote is saying. Wow. Wonder Woman's winning 100%. I'm actually quite shocked by that.
It should. It's the best of these two movies.
All right.
I'll agree with that.
It was let's be honest, in this modern day of DC, it was their first hit. Then came Aquaman. Like Zack Snyder had nothing to do with DC.
Out of curiosity, what would you have done if it was Wonder Woman versus Shazam? Because I go back and forth with it. Really?
I go
Wonder Woman. Wonder Woman just, dude. The only thing Wonder Woman has the issue with is the end. If they had made him look more like a god and not a bunch of random shards of metal on a British dude, it would have been. If he was actual Ares, and he fought even if they had a lightning bolt hit him or something, and he was like boom into this Ares looking mofo, like then I would have respected it a little bit more. But it was not that good. But the scene where they replayed it, like he had Chris, jump in that plane and fly off and blow himself up to save everyone. That's you can't. That emotional stuff wasn't in Shazam. They had the family element, and the closest they got to that was his mum rejecting him. But
that bit was good. That bit when his mum rejected him, and then he
and he realized what real family
and he does that lightning thing as he's doing it. That bit was hype, bro. Like, so I know what you mean. I just think that altogether it hangs a bit like if you take a first act, second act, third act. That's what I'm saying. Like it hangs together a little bit more Shazam, but I think the highs in Wonder Woman are higher.
Yeah.
Exactly what Pickle said in the comments there. Wonder Woman's better in almost every way other than the villain.
Yeah.
All right. It's good stuff. So now we have Batman versus the Joker.
The epic battle.
So wow, this is a big one.
It's going to be good for Enzo. It's going to be a good one for Enzo.
I'm going to put this to the chat as well. Joker, the Batman. And the poll is up now. I love Joker. I really do. I think it's becoming almost underrated. Like the performance, exceptional. The message, interesting. To engage with and timely, considering everything that happened with all the riots.
If you don't like how the government's treating mental health, go postal and kill everyone. That's the message.
No, that's not the message, dude. The message.
That's what he's smiling at the end.
This is what might happen if you get a government that just doesn't care about the people. And
it happened during the release of TDK.
And the gulf in capitalism, because it's not just that the government isn't investing in like these public institutions, mental health and stuff like that. They're being there's this kind of austerity measures recently with that, but it's also that you can see how it affects like this guy not getting his medicine, these little things, like how this gulf between the haves and the have-nots is just impacting.
But what you have is the tale of a man who seeks vengeance for the death of his parents, but realizes that halfway through that all he's doing is creating more people that are clones of him. And he realizes.
That's fantastic.
He realizes at the end that he can morph into justice, what true justice is, and that's saving people from these villains rather than enacting his vengeance upon them. That's the journey of Batman in that film. So, which is part of the reason why I grown to like that film because I understand what the messaging is now after sort of thinking about it a little bit more and getting out of the hyperbolicness of people making it a masterpiece, right? Like the Joker, I think, is a perfect timing. The Batman is overly long. Like that's an issue with it. The Batman disrespects the Kent. I think that disrespects the Waynes as much as it disrespects the Waynes as much as it disrespects the Kents and Man of Steel, in my opinion. But the Joker is. I agree with you. The performance is amazing, but I go back to the same thing. It is the messaging in that film could have been anyone. It didn't have to be Joker, and they literally put Joker on the label of it and put him in clown makeup at the end to make it a Joker film. But it really did.
But what I was going to say, just to finish off, is that the messaging was about that society. You know, once you give people nothing to kind of live for, or nothing to, no hope that they can actually have the kind of good life that, you know, people imagine that they will have, you know, that you will get like these elements of society who will just become utterly nihilistic, that thinks society has nothing in it for them. And that's that's why the Joker inspired all of these people.
But you realize that he's not.
And I thought that was very, very timely. I know it was a different kind of situation.
No, he's not a reliable narrator, though. You realize that, he's not a reliable narrator in that film. So what he's showing in that film is from his twisted mind. Nothing in it is real. You can't take anything that's happening as real.
Sure, but I think you can for the most part.
No, you can't. He's not a reliable narrator. It could be all made up.
It doesn't take away from the message of what he's saying.
You're forgetting the end scene. The end scene, he's telling this story to a psychologist who he kills and then walks out of the room. You don't know. That's the whole point of that is that he's not a reliable narrator. So nothing he said can be the riots. All of that could be all made up out of his mind.
Sure, it could be all made up, but that doesn't take away from the fact that it happens in the film, and that is the message of the film. So yes, they can say, oh, we were having a little clever ending where, you know, it's Joker multiple choice or whatever, the origin. But nonetheless, that was the message of the film, that like by ignoring certain elements of society, you run the risk of them feeling that they have so little stake in society that they're willing to fucking destroy it. They're willing to go, you know, completely chaotic and fucking undo all the good things that civilization has fucking done for us. So that's for me a very interesting kind of message in the Joker, and I think it's executed very well. Whether it's a Joker, whether you want to argue of the merits of it being a Joker movie or not, I think that message at the center of it is executed very well and timely. Because as I said, the world fucking exploded. It wasn't just America. Like America was having riots, France was having riots, England had a couple fucking protests that broke out into like the mini riots. Everywhere was, countries around the world were having this, and you could say
what you're admitting is that it's not a comic book film.
I don't see how that doesn't make it a comic.
No, it's a social commentary on the world, and they put Joker in the middle of it. Yeah,
comic book movies can be about things, just like the Batman is about.
No, but the Batman.
The Batman is about. It's about real.
It's not. It's about the Batman. It's about his journey from vengeance to justice. That's what the Batman's about. It's actually about his character. The Joker, dude, listen to what I'm saying. The Joker movie isn't about the Joker character. It's a commentary on society and how it treats mental health. It's not about the Joker changing into anything else. He just changes his suit and puts on clown makeup to pretend that he's the Joker. It's not a comic book film. It's not based on the Joker.
Okay.
The Batman actually is the Batman changing from a man who struggles with wanting to destroy crime to a man that wants to help people and save them. It's about him traveling from his vengeance, his lust for vengeance, into someone who prefers justice.
Right, and I agree with that. I agree with all of that. And what you were saying about like the Joker not being a comic book movie, because I think comic book movies can be commentaries on society.
But what journey does he have in that movie?
Well, I just told you the journey. Obviously, the journey obviously is like the yes, there's that journey, but that runs parallel with his own journey of going further and further into madness as, you know, he feels that he has no stake in society because, again, you know, everything that he needs to operate as a person, like, you know, in terms of his well-being, he's just being ignored by society. They don't care for him. They don't care what's happening to this guy who's got these mental health issues, who needs his medicine and all of this kind of stuff. So when he explodes and society explodes along with him, his journey runs parallel to how all of these people who are ignored by society, you know, then, you know, decide to turn it into anarchy. But
so you're gonna vote for Joker?
But one last thing about what you said about the Batman, and then I want everyone to have their votes, because this is it's an interesting discussion. But what you said about the Batman in terms of it being a comic book movie because it focuses on him being vengeance at first, I think that is a social commentary itself. That kind of impulse to take your tragedies and turn it into something vengeful, turn it into something negative, what they're saying is it runs the danger of just inspiring people to be, you know, to go even one step further than you and to be fucking crazy. Because the Batman as a symbol, right, is that symbol of vengeance, and everyone thinks it's cool that he goes out and beats people up because his family were killed. But is that what the Batman as a character should symbolize and inspire? Right, like, and that's what I think it's doing. It's kind of like a meta thing where it's talking about like this, the idea of this guy as a character and what, you know, in reality that kind of thing could inspire. It could inspire something like the Riddler, right, where he just is like, oh, you know, this guy goes out, he puts on a mask, he takes out his anger and trauma on the world, so I'm going to do the same thing. And I think that was an intelligent commentary in itself. So So I'm voting the Batman for all the reasons you said. The more I sit with that movie, the more I watch it, the better it gets. It's just you know, on a comic book movie level, but also on a kind of, you know, the commentary it's making about the character as well, I just think is exceptional. Jared.
I'm going the Batman because that movie's like, once again, I will sing the praises of Batman. I even changed my vote for the Batman. By the way, if you guys notice in that movie, they teased Hush in that movie. The journalist was last name Elliot, and then Hush shows up on the screen. So I'm like, I think Matt Reeves is telling us something.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a fantastic Batman movie for all the reasons that have already been said and more, because this movie was fantastic.
Yeah, I've never seen. I think there are better comic book movies, but I've never seen a comic book movie teeming with such love for the character as the Batman, where it's just like there's so many. You know, you can see that this guy has just done a deep dive into the Batman mythology, but then made his own story out of it. You know.
Plus, once again, it was the first Batman movie where Batman was actually a detective.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So Sean next.
Oh, I hate both of the directors, really. But yeah, the Batman.
You hate both. Do you like the movie? Do you like the movie, The Batman? Because
I don't hate them. I just think they're like two incredibly overrated directors. But I mean, yeah, Batman's great though. Still, Joker is very good. But yeah, Batman.
Yep. Okay. Next.
Fuck.
This must be.
This is like fucking picking shit over diarrhea. But I'm personally gonna have to go with the Joker. Fuck that Batman movie.
Wow.
Joker isn't even a comic book film.
I know. That's why I'm picking Joker.
Oh.
Okay. And of course, I think you've had the discussion. It's the Batman.
Yeah.
I think they're both really great comic book movies. I think that as comic book fans, we should be proud of that they take these kind of artistic risks with these characters. But that's just my opinion. Batman versus Joker.
The risk, but you know, the Joker was just a desperate attempt at trying to do something different.
Wow, the Batman versus Wonder Woman. Do we have a secondary one? Is it? I thought there was a secondary.
Yeah,
match.
there's going to be a bronze match that should pop up.
Oh, it should come after. All right, I got you. Oh, the bronze match is here. It's the Man of Steel versus Joker. Did I have a vote up for that? So the Batman was winning 82% over the Joker, 18%. All right, so we're going to do Wonder Woman versus the Batman.
Can we do the bronze first?
We can't, actually.
Yes, you can. You just got to scroll over more. Scroll.
Okay, I'll try.
Just move the board over.
So I've put Wonder Woman versus the Batman in the chat.
Now move the board over.
Click it and then drag it.
Yeah. There you go.
Okay. So Man of Steel. Actually, let me end that vote and do Man of Steel versus the Joker first. Do you want to start this one, Paul?
Man of Steel.
Any reasons?
Because Henry Cavill was Superman, man, and I love more in that movie than I hate about it. I don't like the Kent stuff. I don't like that he doesn't say hello to people, but I love the score. I love Henry Cavill as Superman. I think he tried to care for this character. I think Zack Snyder got in the way. I think writing got in the way, which eventually led to the demise of Henry Cavill as Superman. But I just prefer Man of Steel. Like, also, this movie, even though there's a lot of distraction stuff, it still has hope in it. I know people like criticize it for being nihilistic, but there's still hope in this film. Superman still symbolizes hope in a lot of ways. Whereas Joker, it's very depressing. It's a depressing movie, and it just spirals downward.
Interesting. Okay. Anzo.
Oh yeah, Paul is speaking 100% facts all day, every day. I agree with Paul. Man of Steel over Joker all day, every day.
Yeah. Okay. Interesting. Sean.
Yeah, it's Man of Steel.
All right. Well, I might be a lone voice in this, but all right. Jared.
Yeah, you're the lone voice. I'm going with Man of Steel in this one because I liked everything Zack Snyder did with the movie. And to be clear, I liked the Joker as well. But once again, it's like I'm a bigger fan of Superman. And in my mind, because I understand where Zack was going with this, and it was the first movie of like an arc. So I really appreciate like Man of Steel more than the Joker. So I'm going Man of Steel.
All right, I've got to go Joker. I don't even understand how this is even a question. The disrespect to Superman in Man of Steel is fucking legendary, bro. Like, they disrespect the Kents. They disrespect fucking Superman. Zod doesn't even say kneel before Zod, like, which isn't a big problem, but, you know, it's like, it just shows no love at all or respect for this fucking character. It's like he wanted to change Superman to make him cool and relatable, and it's like it didn't work. I'm sorry. Plus all the fucking plot holes. I mean, I've never seen a movie dripping with plot holes like fucking Man of Steel. Like, from the very opening scene all the way to the end. I'm not going to list them right now, but they're everywhere. The plot literally makes no sense. It makes everyone in the film look like they are a fucking idiot that has no concern for the motivation they said they just had in the last scene. So Man of Steel to me is like, I think it's rightly, out of all of the Zack Snyder DCU movies, I think it's rightly the one that is the divisive, because it does have some good points: score, cinematography, some good action,
Henry Cavill as Superman.
Henry Cavill as Superman wasn't even. I didn't warm to him in that film. I warmed to him later in Zack Snyder's Justice League. Joker, social commentary, fucking brilliant. Score, fucking brilliant. Cinematography, fucking brilliant. Huge risk. Had huge balls. Yes, it did take some things from King of Comedy, and it did take some things from Taxi Driver and Scorsese. It kind of fully admitted that that was what it was doing, but it also took stuff from Joker material. Let's not forget that it was, you know, pretty much based on the Killing Joke. A lot of that was based on the Killing Joke fucking story. Of the comedian, you know, having that one bad day, and you know, they just fleshed that out and made it more psychologically real what happens in that comic, right, before he turns into the Joker. So there is a lot of love for the character in that movie, and thought put into, you know, what this kind of Joker was. Plus, the performance is exceptional by Joaquin Phoenix and is better than any performance in Man of Steel. I don't know why anyone is picking Man of Steel. It is fucking crazy to me. Let me see what the vote says. The vote says 57% Joker, so they agree with me. But that Man of Steel goes through as the bronze winner. Now, whoop.
What happened? Okay, there you
go. Okay, so now we have Wonder Woman versus the Batman.
Oh man, this is a tough choice. Jeez, I legit have to think about this.
Easy.
All right, let's start from the bottom up.
Yes, please.
The Batman.
Okay, you can give reasons. I mean, this is the last one.
I already gave my reasons for the Batman and for Wonder Woman. I just like the Batman more.
Okay, no problem. All right, Anza?
Wonder Woman all day, every day. At least it's a superhero movie. Wonder Woman.
Okay. Sean?
Damn, I mean, this is pretty close. Both of these are great. Like, even though I have some issues with the Suicide Squad, like Harley Quinn, I still overall think it's a great film. The Batman.
What are you talking about?
Wait,
Wonder Woman versus
Suicide Squad is not in this.
The Batman.
Suicide Squad isn't in this. I'm sorry.
Yes, it is. You just redeemed it to Wonder Woman for whatever reason. But anyway, so I'm gonna have to go with the Batman. No, I do think it's slightly better.
Okay.
No, man, check private chat.
Okay.
Of the two, for me, of the two,
honestly, oh really? Jesus Christ!
Honestly, of the two, I'm gonna go with Batman. I'm definitely gonna go with Batman for all the reasons we mentioned here, because it also had a better third act too. It wasn't weighed down by like a bad third act, and the main villain did not look bad.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I just had to do something quickly there. So you're doing the Batman. You know,
fuck, you guys are gonna make the fucking Batman win this shit.
I'm almost inclined to give Wonder Woman a vote. Because I'm telling you, man, when I was in the cinema, I nearly cried. The girl I was with that I took on a date like to see Wonder Woman, like literally teared up like during the No Man's Land scene. She then proceeded like when Steve Trevor died, like to squeeze my hand. This is a girl who doesn't even like comic book movies. She was actually skeptical about me taking her to see Wonder Woman. And like afterwards, she was like, after watching the movie, she's like, "Oh man, you know, like I really, you know, I can't remember what it was. She said something. I didn't know how much I needed to see like that, or something like that." When
was she like your general audience video type of person?
Yeah, she was like totally like she didn't know any. She couldn't tell you if Wonder Woman was DC or Marvel.
Makes sense, Enzo.
You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly.
No, why does that make? What's bad about that?
Oh, those video was horrible.
Oh, that video was that
video was horrible, bro.
You thought it was a big win. It was the biggest L you've ever taken.
L, yeah.
I literally want to do a commentary on it and just put a huge L at the end on screen.
For real, it was a loss.
Did you see my part 2?
Oh no, there's more of it?
No,
there's a part 2. There's a part 2, general audience part 2. And so, you know, I think I thought it was a really beautiful movie, and especially to see in cinemas on the big screen like that, just to see Wonder Woman just come out and like just bloom like before all of our eyes. And I really there's a part of me that just does want to vote for her, and just in terms of that. But the Batman, goddamn, like that's a fucking good movie. I mean, it really is. The message at the end is just great. The villain, fucking Penguin and Riddler, awesome. Plus, fucking every actor has just like a part in it that they just kill it. Like I thought Alfred wasn't even that good at first, and the first time I saw it, and then I watched it again, and
Alfred's
he
great.
was fantastic in the movie. I just, it's just it's not a masterpiece. I'm not going to say it's a masterpiece, but it's as good as a comic.
Anybody that gasses this movie as a masterpiece.
It's as good as a comic book movie has got in a long time.
Since The Dark Knight, yes.
Yeah. So I'm gonna have to give it to the Batman. Wonder Woman is a worthy second, though. Absolutely. So
what happened to Paul? Where's Paul? Somebody bring Paul back, please.
So let's see who won the vote. The Batman winning by 75% to 22%. Yeah. But again, Wonder Woman isn't even close to her. Like I couldn't even like laugh about like saying like it's a masterpiece. It's just a great movie, right? Like especially when you first see it. Like that first viewing of it is super emotional, and then on rewatch, once you get used to the emotional kind of ups and downs, it has a little bit more issues. But yeah, the Batman, it wins. So what's that mean? Is it going to show me the standings?
You go and tournament.
Okay, so end tournament, and let's see how it all shook out.
I am not digging this one at all.
So the Batman
that's exactly
3-0, Wonder Woman 3-1, Man of Steel 3-1.
Any of those three movies I would watch again. Joker I haven't watched again since the cinema. Shazam, admittedly, I've watched more than once, but the rest of them I haven't watched more than once, except for Aquaman.
Well, I agree with the top five. I'll tell you. Well, apart from Man of Steel, I agree with.
I've watched the Snyder Cut 8 times.
If I did this tournament, there was no way the Batman would win. Batman would not win on my stream.
I cannot believe Zack Snyder's Justice League is number 9. The Suicide Squad, good. It's the fucking dead last.
It's at the bottom. Good.
Wait, is that 2016 Suicide Squad? No, that's ridiculous. That's stupid. That's dumb. That's the top 4 films, and then Shazam's after, and then Joker.
Why is Birds of Prey so high in the chat?
Why is Birds of Prey so high? That's because of Sean.
Right, you have Birds of Prey over fucking the Suicide Squad.
That ain't my fault. Oh, wait. No. They're all fifth.
It's alphabetical.
Yeah, it's fifth.
Right.
Okay,
but I can't believe that Zack Snyder's Justice League is 9th. That is just horrible.
Zack Snyder's Justice League should be
that's
Batman, Joker, and Zack Snyder's Justice League.
I'll give you that one, 3. or swap Joker and Zack Snyder's Justice League. But yeah, I'll accept those 3 movies as a standard.
It's because it got it by WZ, so that's why it's tied for 5th. Otherwise, it would be 9th.
Yeah, no, definitely mine would be the Batman number 1, Zack Snyder's Justice League 2, Joker 3, Wonder Woman 4, Shazam 5. That's how I would do it.
That's a solid lineup.
Yeah. All right, well, there you go, guys. That was
got pretty heated when we were debating Aquaman and Zack Snyder. Jeez.
Horrible. That was horrible.
Yeah.
Wait. Aquaman beat Zack Snyder's Justice League?
As it should have.
I can't believe that.
No,
shocking.
Absolutely not.
I mean, Zack Snyder's Justice League is a slightly better film, but I mean, Aquaman's just more entertaining.
So why didn't you vote for it? Why didn't you vote for it? If it's a better movie, you know what I mean?
I level it off at 2 things, like quality and entertainment. And when I did that with both of them, it was about even. And I picked Aquaman because
it makes sense.
I really hate Zack Snyder's Justice League.
You just said it's a better movie, and then anyway. All right, so I should put that Zack Snyder's Justice League up for you saying that. But yeah, apart from that,
what happened to your vetoes, Nerdman? You didn't have no vetoes in this one?
Yeah, I tried. I was gonna veto it. Actually, I literally was.
You
about
mean
to
you could have
veto it.
vetoed the Snyder Cut vote? Are you kidding me, dude?
Yeah, but I
He
thought
usually
I'd play by
does.
the rules. I thought.
Well,
I'd
what do you
play by
mean
the
veto?
rules. Like,
Veto.
just say like,
Why
nah, I'm
veto?
not having it.
Why?
Because you guys were wrong with that one.
No.
Well,
Yeah.
I actually
That's very
vetoed.
wrong.
I vetoed them when they tried to put the Suicide Squad. What was it? Was it
Wonder
over
Woman.
over Wonder Woman?
Yeah,
Don't
I
like
was
just
like,
send
I'm
me
not
the
having that.
invite
Oh, so wait.
before the tournament even
So
started.
wait, hold on. They were going to put the Suicide Squad over Wonder Woman, and you vetoed that.
Yeah.
That one should have not have been vetoed.
Are you kidding me?
No,
That's
it
just-
should have been vetoed.
No,
That
it should
should
not
have
have been vetoed. Suicide
I ain't
Squad.
having
The
that.
Suicide Squad was better than Wonder Woman, hands down.
Suicide
Yes, well,
Squad put
The
better
Suicide
energy.
Squad.
Wonder Woman put better energy into the universe than fucking
Okay,
the
no,
Suicide
it was
Squad.
generic. Stop.
It wasn't generic.
Yeah, the Suicide
You're
Squad
generic.
was way better.
You're fucking
But we
generic.
know
That's
why
because
you
he
did
tried saying that Film Elitist only invited me to do that, even though he sent me the invite before the
Paul,
tournament.
what have you
even
got? The
started, and
Suicide.
just
I
took
bet
it to
Paul's got
join.
the Suicide Squad over Wonder Woman as well.
Yeah,
What
well,
have you
the
got?
Suicide Squad.
No, Wonder Woman's
I'm
better
just
than
gonna
the Suicide
pretend
Thank
Squad.
you.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just gonna pretend it got
Thank you,
second as
Paul.
it should have
Hey, we
been.
can't take Paul seriously, man. Paul changed his views on the Batman. I'm not liking that.
But no, I get it because I changed my view on the Batman. The
Yeah, but
first
you're
time I
nerd,
saw
man.
it,
We
I felt
expect
like
that from you.
Paul. That's what I kept telling him. I was
Yeah,
like,
but you're
I
nerd,
swear
man.
to God, watch the movie again. It
Well,
gets
I
better.
I haven't
as
watched it
Riddler
again
said,
yet. I
he
haven't
opened
watched
his
it again
blind
yet.
eye.
I just been thinking about it.
We
Yeah.
expect that from you, nerd man.
All right. Anyway, so last little thing since you guys have joined, let's keep this short. I'm under the belief that Moon Knight's villain is a better villain or better used
I haven't
villain.
watched episode 2, so
Is a better used villain than Thanos.
yeah, I would agree with that. In the one episode I've seen, yeah, he's way better used.
And Riddler is better than Thanos.
Riddler's so better than Thanos. You kidding
Riddler's
me?
better than every MCU villain.
Yes, exactly.
Okay. So have we got a discussion here? Or
Yeah, I'm
what?
with you again, Zenzo. I'm with you again.
Right, let's get at it. Let's have at it then. All right. So I'm going to tell you why I think Moon Knight's villain was better used. And Riddler.
How do you know that he's a villain? You don't know that yet. You've seen 2 episodes.
He is the villain.
No, he's not. Khonshu could be the villain.
Well, what he was saying was pretty villainous in the second
No,
episode.
he literally
He was saying
just
that he
giving a
wanted
different
to kill.
perspective.
He wanted to kill people before they've even
Yeah.
done anything.
Yeah, exactly. Because
To
he
him,
wanted
How's
to
that
know
not
that's
villainous?
right.
How's that?
Hmm?
That's just an ethical dilemma. That's all that is. Because they're gonna do something bad. The god can see it. Whereas he knew he's been the previous episode of Khonshu, who's now using Mark as a hostage, saying, "I'll take your wife if you don't follow me, if you don't do what I'm saying." So who's evil in this show? That's the interesting thing about this show is we don't actually know
Really,
who the
I didn't
bad guy
even see
actually
it like
is.
that. I thought it was
Khonshu's
definitely
literally holding him hostage,
Yeah.
man.
Oh, I only saw
He's
the
literally
second.
holding him
I only
hostage.
saw the second half of that episode. 'Cause I
How are
was
you
looking
having
at
this discussion if you've only seen half?
Because-
of the
Well,
episode?
because I know because of the discussion that he has with the villain. That in
And-
itself makes it better because
and
he
Nerdman.
had the philosophical discussion. The guy was like telling him his crazy plan about like how he wants to kill people before they even do anything. And Mark is like, "Wait, are you talking about kids as well? Or you're just gonna
Nah,
kill a
he doesn't want to kill
And
people. He wants
that
enough
was that
to
was
measure their
what
souls.
is missing. That is what is the central thing for me that is missing from Thanos. Like he goes two movies, right? Telling everyone he wants to fucking wipe out half the universe because of some bullshit idea he has, and no one fucking challenges him on an
Which, by the
intellectual
way,
But
level.
Nerdman, you
He
can't
that.
compare a
could have
movie
snapped
villain.
his fingers and brought in like more resources. He didn't have to wipe out half the universe.
But Nerdman, you can't
Right.
compare on a movie, right, to a TV series. You have more time to flesh out the characters in a
Well,
TV series.
Batman
Right.
challenged Riddler.
Who?
Batman challenged Riddler in the scene where they do the
Okay, if
interrogation.
you want to compare the
and Batman,
movie, if you want to compare the movies to movies, yes. But you're saying he's a better villain than Thanos. But yeah, even if he is, they have 6 episodes to flesh him out. You
I
know
think
what
he's
I mean?
better utilized. as well. That's my thing, that they're better
serious.
utilized in terms of the theme of the movie, because the theme of they don't care about like the theme of the movie in Infinity War and Endgame. They just care about getting to the action, especially in Infinity War. They haven't got time to actually meditate and think about what Thanos is like saying.
The theme has been in the movies for
not even Captain
20
America,
plus movies.
not even Captain America, this bastion of goodness and everything that is right about America, ever challenges fucking Thanos about his mad fucking plan.
No, ever since
ever
since the Avengers movie, Thanos has been in this movie. Thanos has been in the universe. It's been explained it's been little by little over the movie since the Avengers. That's how we know.
Yeah, but it doesn't take away from the fact that he's never challenged about it.
Yeah, but you've only seen 1.5 episodes of Moon Knight.
But he's already been challenged by the hero. So the hero
He hasn't been challenged by the hero. It's been challenged by a guy that doesn't even know what's going on. He just says,
he's
"I don't think I draw the line at killing
hero.
kids." That's all he says.
He's partially the hero. It's like him and Moon Knight. They're collectively the hero of the story, and they're the heart of the story. And they're putting down the thesis of why he's the hero. It actually gives a reason. It doesn't just say, "Hey, I'm stronger than you. I can punch harder. So therefore, because I win, I'm right." That's what Avengers Endgame and Infinity War says about the Avengers.
There's no right or wrong here because Khonshu's also an asshole.
I don't get that.
Right. And
Khonshu's holding him hostage. He's going to say, "I'm going to take your wife if you don't obey me." He's also an a-hole.
But
he's also a villain.
I'm talking about Steven Spector.
Okay.
Or Steven.
Steven's stuck in a mirror universe now. He's stuck in trapped in the body.
He's part of that whole kind of equation of being the hero. Yeah, there's some issues because of his mental, like the fact that he has this dissociative personality disorder. But that doesn't take away from the fact that he's the character that we're going on this journey with, and he's expressed, quite rightly to this villain, right? He's having the debate, he's having the discussion. But sorry, Anzo, what were you going to say?
Because you're basically saying because he was challenged, that makes him a better villain than Thanos. That's basically what you're saying, right? Because he was challenged. Well, he was challenged, so
he
that
functions better as a villain.
A better villain than Thanos because he was challenged, right? So what if he wasn't challenged? Would his plan be good? Would his plan have made sense? Would his plan be as good as Thanos' plan? Because it doesn't make sense, right? If he wasn't challenged, you would still say, well, why wasn't he challenged? Because his plan don't make no sense. He wants to kill kids and babies. That's what you would say, right? So the only thing that makes it different from Thanos' plan is that Thanos wasn't challenged in your eyes.
Yeah.
Because they're both stupid plans, if you want to put it that way. Right?
No, they're not stupid plans. Actually, I think his plan is like kind of makes sense. If
his plan to kill people before they do a crime,
there's a genuine philosophical
to kill
argument to be had. That wait a second, if you have the opportunity to take out Hitler before you know that he's going to become Hitler, right? And he's a little boy, he's vulnerable or whatever, and you can save 6 million lives by taking him out. There's a genuine question. Now, do I think it would be morally right to do so, rather than to try and stray Hitler away from that plan by like talking to him or doing something like that, raising him differently or something along those lines? That's another question.
Okay, but the
ethical dilemma is much more sensible than fucking what Thanos is saying.
It's exactly the same thing as Thanos' plan, because there's other things you could do other than going and back in time and killing a baby, right? There's other things you could do to maybe talk to him.
Sure,
maybe
but at least
okay, but that's the same thing with Thanos.
No. But Thanos' plan doesn't even work.
But you're
at
saying
all. Whereas if you kill Hitler, right, when he's a baby, you might just avoid 6 million
you might
people
not,
being
because
killed
someone else might do it.
True, someone
Okay,
else
then.
might do it,
So
but
then there you go.
At least there's a good chance that you could avoid.
But good chance to you. You don't know.
Whereas there's no chance. There's no chance that Thanos' plan would win.
No, hold on. What they always say, and even in the MCU, is that time fights back. So you may go back in time and kill Hitler, but that doesn't mean you stop the genocide.
it might lead to something worse. Jared, what do you have to say about this discussion? He hasn't even been listening.
Well, because I haven't seen episode 2 yet.
Right.
There's not that much I can say here.
All right, Sean.
It's okay. Nerdman hasn't seen half of it either.
For real.
About Moon Knight's villain, or
Yeah. About what we were discussing. About what we were discussing just now.
Oh, about the Holocaust. Yeah, I mean, it's an amazing.
Jeez.
I do agree. I do think he's a better villain from the episodes we saw so far than Thanos. But I mean, we have to wait to see the whole thing.
Yeah, sure, I wasn't a big fan of Thanos, period, because it's like, okay, your motivation is stupid because you could snap your finger and double all the resources instead of just wiping out half of life in the universe. I'm like, what? And I'm like, this makes no sense.
But that's the same thing I was saying, because you didn't see the episode, but that's the same thing I was saying about the villain in Moon Knight. There's other things that he could do than doing what he said he does.
But wait a second. You can get into this debate because he's already said what he wanted to do in the first episode.
Okay.
By the way, Jared. So what we're discussing is about his the villain's plan, or whoever he is, the antagonist, if you want to call him that. His plan is that he's got some goddess who he served.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Right.
Are you talking about how he apparently judges people based on actions they will undertake?
Right. Exactly. And he wants to kill them first. And so I won't say how, but he's challenged in the episode on that anyway. But I was saying that plan actually makes more sense and it's not that I agree with it, but there's an ethical argument to be made, because if you take someone like Hitler, right, and you could have stopped him before he went on and killed 6 million people, is it worth doing that? There's a genuine argument to be made that maybe killing Hitler before he
that's a legit argument, and I will say,
whereas Thanos,
it
doesn't make sense. You take out half the universe, and what will happen? After a while, they'll repopulate again. It may take 2, 3, 4 generations, and you'll be stuck with the same problem you had in the first place. So
but that's what I'm saying. With
either way,
plan too, right? You don't know if just doing that, you may still be stuck with the same problem because someone else may do it or someone different. You know what I mean? So you don't know that. That's what I'm trying to say.
That's why
if you kill all the people.
Person.
Yeah. If you kill all of them,
if you kill everyone, but no one's alive to do it.
Right. So now you got to go back and you got to kill everybody. But what I'm saying is, you said Hitler. So I'm saying you kill Hitler doesn't mean that someone won't take his place. So it's the same thing. There's always variables in both of their plans that they're talking about, right? There's different ways you can do it. Just because they think that the way they do it is right doesn't necessarily mean it's a stupid plan. It's just you're stupid for thinking that's the only way to do it. That's what I'm saying. So yes, there's flaws in each one of their plans. But what I'm saying,
I think the flaw in Thanos' plan is much more obvious, and it's much more gagging, right? Whereas the flaw in his plan is just like, well, you think about it, somebody else might take over. But if you think about his plan, he's saying like he's judging he's trying to get a thing so he could judge all of those people who are going to turn out to do like wrong things. Now, how do you judge wrong things? That's the question. Who can make you the overseer of what is wrong things? I mean, surely by that logic, he should be killed. Right? Like he himself is doing this terrible thing by taking out people and judging them before, by their actions and being judged, jury, and executioner. So, I still think philosophically it's still more consistent. I can understand it more.
And the person he's killing doesn't necessarily mean that maybe their path goes a different way and they end up doing something different. You know what I mean? Or something like that. So it doesn't necessarily mean that they are actually going to do what he thinks they're going to do. Right? Because life is about choices. Maybe they decide to make a different choice.
Mama Bear says you'd have more luck in going back and changing the treaty that led to Germany's downfall that created the National Socialist Party. I don't think so, because there was elements of that anti-Semitic kind of thing that was running rampant in the country way before World War I even happened. K-Dots, what do you have to say about this? Is Moon Knight's villain and the Riddler better villains than Thanos? You're muted.
I mean, if we're talking about plans, I mean, so far they have better plans and how they want to execute them than Thanos. You know, like, look, I don't have nothing against Thanos' plan because it's pretty much the same thing from the comics. He wants to snap away half of life, but it's for different reasons. The problem is with Infinity War is that the obvious solution to his problem is to change reproduction. You need to literally affect reproduction to stop the problem that he has. Because the problem with overpopulation is people fucking having more babies and shit. Fucking everything right. Popping up. And if he literally limited how many babies can be born from something, your problem's fixed. Dogs, they have sex. Pop out like 8, 9 babies. Boom. You know, if he could have made it to where if humans or something try to have more than 1 or 2 babies, their body literally dies out. Like,
well, you don't even need to do that. You can just say they can only have 1 or 2 babies.
Yeah, right? You got to limit reproduction. That's how you permanently fixes the problem, and you never have that issue.
Yeah,
I understand he's crazy, he's blah blah blah, but like, if he after all those years couldn't even realize that, it's like, was you really even that intelligent to begin with?
Just double the resources once again.
Nah, you don't even have to do that. Like, you know,
if you double the resources, the population would, right? But if you make the resources infinite, if you make the resources infinite, then you don't have a problem.
But that's too. But I mean, if that's the case, then that's just too obvious. I'd rather, because in my opinion, I think taking away people's right to reproduction would have been even more fucked up than just snapping half a life.
That's true. Yeah.
Like, you take away everybody's genuine ability to reproduce at whatever rate they want, you know, and all that.
Yeah. No, you're right.
I think it would have been actually fucking something, you know, pretty dark and fucked up.
Yeah. But that is my central kind of thesis of this, is just that already just looking at it, and the performances by both of them are great, by the way. In Moon Knight, I like the performance by, what's his name again?
Arthur.
Josh Paul. Oh.
No, Hawke. Ethan Hawke.
Yeah.
Ethan Hawke is doing it. Ethan Hawke is doing a great performance, and I also think the performance by obviously Paul Dano was excellent as well. So either way you look at it, like Paul, you've been silent for a while, because I'm gonna go in like 2 minutes, because but just before we leave, have you got anything else?
Nerman, I do have something to say.
Yeah.
Arthur doesn't have other ways to stop people from becoming evil. Yes, he does.
Sonic 2 over No Way Home.
Oh my god.
Oh jeez.
Really?
That is such
a
absolutely no.
That shit was epic, man. I was fucking. Oh my gosh.
You enjoyed it?
Good?
Dude, that shit was way better than the first movie. If anyone tells you the first movie is better than the second, I don't think the first movie is bad. But if anyone tells you that, slap them in the face, because they're fucking lying.
I think the
second movie is way better.
I saw the beginning and I thought fucking
Anzo,
Jim Carrey was killing it. Jim Carrey was killing it.
Anzo, you think the first Sonic movie is better than the second? Are you insane?
I do. The human part in that movie is just ridiculous. They just keep going.
The humans was much better in this movie, and they got less screen time than they needed. Like it was
that all part towards the end was
Tails and Knuckles type.
Oh, bro, Knuckles was phenomenal.
Tails was great.
Tails was a G. Well, he wasn't. Tails wasn't like. He did some cool shit. He did a lot of cool shit, but he was Tails. He was basically the support, the little brother to Sonic. They're not actually brothers, but that's how the relationship is. It was pretty spot on. They had a big brother, little brother relationship. Sonic was showing him the ropes. Tails was, following in his footsteps, and he looks up to him. That's their relationship in the games.
Interesting. I'm kind of looking forward to seeing it now. I was just going to say,
Jim Carrey, bro. Oh my God, Jim Carrey was
killing it in the bit. I saw it just the first bit of the film, like the first 2 minutes or something, And Jim Carrey was just killing it, man.
He always killed that Eggman.
He was like, he was on top form. All right, so Philosophical Perkle says, the thing is, there are multiple clear ways that Thanos could have gone about his plan to cure the universal poverty. Arthur Harrow doesn't have any other way to stop people from becoming evil.
Yeah, there's other ways.
It's other ways, but this is just to show that he is still the villain. He's doing this radical way of doing it, which is messed up. But it's like I can understand why he thinks this would eradicate evil.
I'm just saying both plans had holes in it. You know what I mean? There's other ways you could do it as well. So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So he truly believes the path that believes that his only path to align with the God who judges them. There isn't a clear other path for him to take, so it's not as ridiculous. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Well, he's agreeing with me.
The only like Thanos' reasoning for what he's. The only problem with Thanos is how he wants to execute his plan. Like he's not thinking smart with his plan. He's not even working smart with it. He's like he wants to go this route of killing half, and then half will be back centuries later, like years later. It's like this is the temporary fix to your problem, which is going to happen again. So it's like, what's the point?
So, Nerdman, you don't like his plan, right? So let's just say by chance they happen to put a part in Infinity War where they challenge Thanos. Would that have made it better for you?
Yeah. Yeah, actually, yeah.
I think the best opportunity. I think the best opportunity for that was Endgame.
So then you're not really upset with the plan. You're just upset with the fact that he wasn't challenged.
No, I am upset.
He was challenged by Gamora in Infinity War.
No, but he wasn't really not on an intellectual. Like she was just like being like, oh, you know, how do you know that? Like she didn't go into it. Do you know what I'm saying? Like she didn't have like real like.
Yeah, the only person who tried to get there was Doctor Strange, but both of them didn't dive into it. They tried.
Right,
and I'm not talking about like a 5-minute like philosophical discussion. I'm just saying like a little kind of back and forth.
Right,
would have helped the movie a lot.
Exactly,
and I think it should have come from Captain America and Iron Man.
Fine,
Captain America and Iron Man should have.
But you just said that if he had been challenged, you would have liked it more. You like the fact that
I would have
Arthur was challenged, so that doesn't mean you have an issue with the plan.
I would have liked it more because it would have made more sense of him and made him more villainous. Because I would have thought they would have said, "You're not doing this because you really want to help like people, because clearly there's so many different ways you can actually do this. You're doing this because you're a sadist." And you enjoy the idea of having this kind of power of a god over life and death. That's the real reason you're doing it.
Still be stupid, right?
Yeah, the plan would be stupid, but at least by them challenging it, it would show that the writers are aware that the plan is stupid, and that they have this kind of awareness so that the heroes can challenge them and not just be like, oh, we can beat you up, Thanos.
It's like, and think about it like this.
Therefore, we're right. Rather than, I don't like superhero movies.
Tony Stark, super genius. He's super genius. He knows all this stuff, right? Imagine him and Thanos having a quick back and forth about why Iron Man may not be more powerful than him physically, but Iron Man can fuck with Thanos mentally and really like break down his logic and frustrate Thanos. That would have been so epic to get, because you know what type of mind Tony Stark is. Mm-hmm. I think the best time to do it was even when they walked up, when they did the 3 walk up, and Thanos is just talking at the end game. Have Captain America and Iron Man like not have like no speech or no big conversation, but Thanos is explaining things, and they're just like, and they have rebuttal ready. And then when it gets to the point where Thanos is completely frustrated, and he's like, "Damn," he's frustrated. That's when you get into the physical shit.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah, I'm not. And look. Let me make sure. I am not saying beat him with words, because that's stupid. I don't.
Yeah.
But
you gotta need the action.
You got to show that the heroes like can at least verbally like assault this villain.
Right, and it would have been good. Like you want Captain America to be the heart, and then and Tony to be the intellect, like taking it off.
Because Cap did it in the he did it in Infinity Gauntlet comic. Him and Thanos had a back and forth. before I think he took off his head or something. He did something to Cat.
Hamza, do you think it would have been a better movie if he had done that, or you don't think it made any difference?
It doesn't make a difference to me.
Okay.
And Hanzo's an MCU shield. He'll take anything.
It doesn't make a difference.
Feige been fondling his balls for a minute, bro.
Like you've been fondling your vagina.
Somebody has to.
Hey, at least Walter Hamada is like he swallows. At least he swallows. Kevin Feige spits.
Probably does.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, you would know from experience, right?
Heck yeah.
I feel you.
No, we suck off Walter Hamada. We don't
Nah, he sucks me off.
How about you do it to each other?
How did we get talking about this?
I mean, did Ezra Miller join you guys, or did he then try to shut one of you out?
Ezra Miller came in and tried to choke me, man. I had to throw him off. I was like, bro, get back.
Yeah, well, he has a choking fetish, so.
You tried to legit brutally choke me. I was like, get off me, man. I'm trying to
no, fetish. Come on.
Like, you want to run it? Trying to choke fucking K-Dog.
Do you want to run it? Bro, he sounded so whack when he said that.
All right, guys, I think it's about that time, man. I think we're just digressing into nonsense now. But thanks for everyone for joining us. The Batman rightly wins the
it does not.
DC.
No, it does not. Zack Snyder's Justice League wins.
Yep, and Zack Snyder's Justice League. And yeah, fuck it. Fuck what everyone said. Zack Snyder's Justice League, the Batman, Joker, Wonder Woman, and Shazam won. That's
Thank you.
You're forgetting the Suicide Squad.
No, the Suicide Squad is on the ass end of the level. Okay.
Suicide Squad. Suicide Squad, Wonder Woman, Batman Justice League.
But you like Suicide Squad, right?
The Suicide Squad
one, yeah. Why wasn't it on your thing?
I didn't. That's not even a movie to me. That doesn't.
It's not a movie.
Well, it's better than Zack Snyder's. So I mean,
whoa! I think someone has to be kicked out.
Yeah, I know. I don't know why I let this guy on anyway. He's a psychopath.
Yeah, well, listen, I'm just joking, man.
He used to beat cats when he was like fucking 5 years
old. No, you're not joking. You've said that many times.
I'm joking. Listen, at the end of the day, the truth is that Nerdman spits the facts, and also you're just jealous.
Nerdman spits no facts. Absolutely nothing at all.
Okay, but Jared, you do like the Suicide Squad.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yes, I definitely do. It's just compared to the other DC movies that I've seen, it's not the best. There's some glaring issues I have with the Suicide Squad, but it was still an enjoyable experience. I definitely like this one more than the one that came out in 2016.
Thank you.
I actually don't.
Oh, really?
I like the one from 2016, whereas a lot of people don't. But,
I do too.
So it's not like I'm not saying like that as a bad thing against the Suicide Squad. I just think the good things the Suicide Squad does is the bad things that the original one does, and the bad things that the good things the original one does is the bad things the new one does, and vice versa. So the action and the spectacle and the what would you call it? And also like a more coherent story that goes to the second Suicide Squad. Characters, and I actually think the humor is better than the first one.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, yeah, I think it kind of balances out.
Exactly.
In the end.
Well, now it balances out. You hate it. Say it.
No, I watched it a second time the other day, and I thought, I could see what people were saying about it. I think the third act's actually pretty damn good, and the third act is like half the movie, so it's just all of that stuff in the jungle and them going towards the mission with the tighty whiteys and the fucking stupid shark and all of that bullshit.
Yeah,
I hate.
Shark was
As soon as it went to the third act, I was like, okay, this is cool. Now they're taking things a bit more seriously. I could deal with it, but before then, no. And even Ratcatcher by the end, I liked her. You know,
Oh, yeah, I liked her too.
In the middle, I was like, I don't, you know.
I don't think she was the greatest, but for me, it was like I thought the worst character in that movie was going to be Polka Dot Man, and he wasn't.
He was the best.
Yeah, he was one.
He's the only one I liked.
Your mom.
Yeah, he was the only one I liked all through. But I think the fact that they killed off fucking Boomerang is still a mistake.
And they killed Rick Flag. I was like, are you kidding me?
No, I had no.
Yeah, I think that was a mistake. They're central to the fucking Suicide Squad. You can't like it's really, you know.
I think Rick Flag was to add stakes to the movie,
honest,
which I think it really did.
Because they're going to change. You're going to change leaders anyways. Actually, Bloodsport.
Who are you going to change it to?
Bloodsport led the team.
No, but you need
kind of led the team in the first.
Rick Flag has always led the Suicide Squad.
Yeah, he's the moral center dude of the Suicide Squad. You can't take out Rick Flag. It's weird. He's going to be that moral center to like go against the bad guy.
I don't think he's necessary. I liked him in that, but dude, when he died, I was like, I didn't care when he died.
Yeah, neither did I.
I was like, freak him, because if you made like Deathstroke the next main character, like the leader of the team in the next movie, I wouldn't care. I wouldn't care if you made Bloodsport the leader of the team.
Yeah, but then
I'd rather watch them lead
the
the
whole
team than
team
Rick
is
Flag.
immoral. Then the whole team is immoral. You don't have any moral guy on the team.
They're an immoral team. But this is the thing. Look at the Suicide Squad Assault on Arkham, right?
The animated ones are better.
That was way better. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
No. But that does not Rick Flag in. That does not Rick Flag in it.
Right.
It's great.
It does have Rick Flag in it, doesn't it?
No.
I swear it has Rick Flag. No.
He's not in Assault on Arkham or Hell Effect.
Deadshot is
he's not in the second one either, is he?
No, he's not.
Deadshot he's great as the leader of the team because it's a team of villains and stuff. Mm-hmm. Because at the end of the day, you don't need Rick Flag there. They got the bombs in their neck. They try shit. Amanda Waller's gonna blow him up anyway. You don't need Rick Flag there to keep him in check because Amanda Waller's really monitoring.
I'll admit that's a good comeback because I like those movies a lot. Man, why don't they just make those movies? Like, you could make a live action version of that. Like,
if I got a live action version of Apocalypse War, I would be a happy boy.
That would be so good.
Because Apocalypse War was, I think, the best. Where Superman gouges Darkseid's eyes and just throws them around.
I wish.
Dude, when Wonder Woman was wrecking the Justice League, I fucking loved that shit, bro. The way she punched fucking what's her name? Starfire. She just gave her some uppercut and she flies into the stars, bro. I was like,
and that's why I wish they would have made the Mortal Kombat movie like the Scorpion's Revenge ones. Those fire. So if they had done that, man, these movies would have made money. But for some reason, they tried to do their own thing, and I think they ruined these movies.
Cole Young ended up being a G, also.
Cole Young was trash.
When they do his DLC for Mortal Kombat 12, I'm paying that $20.
I swear to God, I will not buy that fucking game if Cole Young isn't it.
Cole Young can go to hell in a fucking handbag.
He was the weakest character in that movie.
Man, Cole Young over.
When he was, I was like, child, sit down. When he was like fucking fighting with Scorpion and fucking Sub-Zero, I'm like, child,
he did. He took a backseat.
No, he didn't.
Yes,
he was all up in that
fight.
I'm there trying to get into my fucking Sub-Zero versus.
He was barely in the fight.
Come on, bro.
He was the one that killed
barely in there.
No, he came when he popped into the portal. They started fighting. He started being in there, and then they teamed up, and then he ended up fucking
help his ass
killing him.
He's about to die.
Like, nah, you don't need to
save him from dying.
Nah, you don't need to have fucking Cole Young in that fight. You should have just left it with Scorpion and fucking Sub-Zero because that was.
It was majority of the fight was them. Yes, he
came to see. They came to see Scorpion versus.
You shouldn't have had him in there at all.
Sub-Zero had his family hostage. Would you not go be
even
here?
Worse. Why the fuck you ain't kill his family? You keeping them hostage and shit. That movie was trash, man.
Because he wanted to personally kill Hanzo Hasashi. He wanted to kill the last bloodline of Hanzo Hasashi's.
So then kill them. Don't fucking freeze them.
That movie was Kano, bro. Other than that, all of them.
Kano was great.
I mean, Kano was tight, but Kung Lao, don't forget Kung Lao, bro.
Yeah.
Kung Lao was tight.
Kill him.
Flawless victory.
Yeah. All right, guys. I gotta go to bed, and well, no, I'm not gonna go to bed. Well, I've got to go to bed for a little bit, but got some work things to do as well. So I'm gonna leave it at that. Thanks in the chat, everyone. Jared, do you have a channel?
Oh yeah, I do. It's called Comics League, and basically all I do in there is I talk about like a lot of Snyder stuff, but a lot of comic book stuff. I just dropped a review for the first 2 episodes of Halo. I enjoyed it. But yeah, we talk about a wide variety of content. The channel is growing, so if you guys are interested, just look up Comics League.
Can you send us a link so we can just put it in the chat there?
I'll do that right now.
Hey, can I say this since Jared said
yeah?
that? Sonic movie is a more faithful adaptation than that Halo show.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that one. It's in the private chat, guys.
Cool.
But so far, I'm not completely off the Halo show. You know, they're getting.
Once you accept it's an Elseworld story for Halo, it's like, okay, fine.
Oh no, yeah, I can accept it as an Elseworld, but like the changes they're doing and stuff, it's like the biggest change they did is what they did is Master Chief's character, and I don't like.
When they took off his helmet, I was like, oh
no, it's not that. Well, that's part of it too. But you look in the second episode, he's having like rageful outbursts at people and stuff. Like Master Chief doesn't.
That would not happen.
We'll finish this off off the stream, guys. Thanks so much. Thank you, Jared, for like staying the whole time, man. I really
Anytime.
appreciate it. It was a great conversation. Onso, you're my boy. Obviously, all 3 of you are my boys. You know, Sean, fucking, and K Dots. So thanks for joining. Thanks, Paul, as well for coming on. Film Elitist. Yeah, just a great fucking crowd. So, in the end of the day, the Batman and the Zack Snyder's Justice League are the best.
Yes,
fucking
thank
movies.
you.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Guys, I'll see you on the flip side. Love you 3000. Peace.
I hate you.